Chapter 3265. Junior Sister Linghu, you're an 8 trigram celestial lord, and you're more than 700 years old. Don't you think it's unfair for you to challenge little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Linghu Yuan's challenge. Second senior brother, didn't you hear Master say little junior sister's strength is on par with He Wen and me? I'm afraid you're worrying too much. Linghu Yuan smiled. Lei Ying did not react like Lei Jun. She looked at Huan and said with a faint smile, Huan, your third senior sister wants to challenge you to a duel. What do you think? Lei Ying did not know much about Huan's strength. She had only said those words earlier because she knew Linghu Yuan would challenge Huan. Now that Linghu Yuan was going according to her plan, she was, naturally, happy to see it happen. All right. Huan nodded. In that case, both of you can go out and have a duel. Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huan's agreement. Then, she walked out of the palace and hovered in the air above the valley. Duan Lingtian and the others followed after her. An 8 trigrams celestial lord. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Yuan indifferently. Lei Jun had said Linghu Yuan was an 8 trigrams celestial lord who was more than 700 years old. It was impossible for her to comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. It was possible for her to comprehend 7 profundities from a law to the mastery stage, but it was unlikely for her to do so due to her age. At most, she would only be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law to the mastery stage. Huan, since she's the one who provoked us, there's no need for you to hold back. You can attack her as long as you don't kill her. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. He knew Huan's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Huan's strongest ability was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space, but her abilities as a 1,000 phantoms ice fox. If Huan did not use her abilities as a 1,000 phantoms ice fox, she would not be a match for him. However, if she were to use the 1,000 phantoms ice fox's technique, even he would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat her. In fact, he would most likely lose. Duan Lingtian would have to rely on the 5 divine elements to see through Huan's illusions. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan replied, Brother Lingtian, I won't hold back because I don't like her. Upon hearing this, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Huan rarely got angry, but when she did, her anger was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was deeply aware of this point. Second senior brother, have you taken a fancy to this junior sister? Linghu Yuan looked at Lei Jun and asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Jun frowned. If you don't like her, why are you speaking up for her? However, second senior brother, if you really like her, I advise you to give up. Look at her. Her entire heart is with the man beside her. Linghu Yuan chuckled. A few moments later, everyone arrived at the location where Lei Ying had arrived. Huan and Linghu Yuan stood facing each other as they stared at each other. Little junior sister, let me, your third senior sister, witness your strength. Linghu Yuan looked at Huan with a fake smile on her face. As soon as Linghu Yuan finished speaking, Huan teleported and appeared behind Linghu Yuan. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of saber humming rang in the air as 9 spatial tears appeared. Then, a grey saber flew out from each spatial tear, aiming for Linghu Yuan. When Linghu Yuan saw this, she instinctively tried to dodge. At this moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out from Huan's body and spread out to interfere with Linghu Yuan's movements. No! Linghu Yuan shrieked. Then, she turned into a gust of wind and flew away. Even so, a few streaks of blood could be seen on the spot where she had been standing. It was obvious she was injured by the dimensional/profundity. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened so fast that even Lei Ying could not react in time. After all, she was not skilled in soul attacks. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuation of Huan's soul with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when Linghu Yuan was hit by the dimensional/profundity, she had mobilized all her celestial origin energy to save Linghu Yuan. It was not that she was trying to help Linghu Yuan. Even if Huan was in danger, she would still step in. She only had a few prodigious disciples under her wing. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to them. Linghu Yuan won't dare to underestimate Huan anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Yuan calmly. It was not difficult for him to see that Linghu Yuan had been injured because she had underestimated Huan. Junior sister is so strong. Lei Jun was shocked. That soul attack is a little strange. Shimon Linjie slightly narrowed his eyes, and his face became somewhat dignified. Junior sister. At this moment, Linghu Yuan, who had fled far away, no longer had the look of contempt on her face. She looked at Huan solemnly as she said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore." When Linghu Yuan reached the end of her sentence, her tone became colder. "No one asked you to hold back." However, in the face of Linghu Yuan's provocation, Huan only replied indifferently. Although his words were flat, when they fell into Linghu Yuan's ears, it was tantamount to slapping her face. Linghu Yuan had always been arrogant. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Linghu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she disappeared into thin air. The gust of wind was headed for Huan. Swoosh. Huan teleported and disappeared from where she was, causing Linghu Yuan to miss her. However, as soon as she appeared in another place, Linghu Yuan, who had transformed into a gust of wind, chased after her. They went back and forth a few times, one chasing and the other dodging. "Junior sister, is dodging the only thing you can do?" Linghu Yuan's impatient voice rang in the air. It was clear she was infuriated by Huan's teleportation. For those who comprehended the law of wind, those who comprehended the law of space were the bane of her existence. Naturally, even if Huan could teleport, Linghu Yuan was confident she could catch up to her. However, it would take a lot of time. She did not want to waste that much time. "I'm afraid you won't be able to last long if I don't teleport," Huan said indifferently. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on their faces when they heard Huan's indifferent voice. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. His lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Huan's words. When did Huan learn to speak like that? He felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard Huan's words. It seemed like he had said something similar to her in the past. "I'd like to see it for myself." Linghu Yuan exploded when she heard Huan's words. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. Swoosh. When Huan reappeared, she did not teleport again. However, a faint white light shone in her eyes. Following that, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain, and it emitted a chilling aura. Swoosh. Without any warning, a white light shone in the eyes of the white fox behind Huan as well. In the next moment, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw Linghu Yuan coming to a halt when she was close to Huan. Then, he actually attacked the void. His tyrannical power missed again and again. An illusion. At this moment, any ordinary person would be able to tell that Huan had used some sort of illusory technique on Linghu Yuan, and she was unable to extricate herself from it. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? While Lei Jun and the others were still in shock, Lei Ying's gaze shifted to the white fox silhouette behind Huan that was gradually fading away. As a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying was, naturally, astute. Although the Phantom Fox clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox only existed in legends, she was still familiar with its characteristics. "I knew she wasn't human. I didn't expect her to be a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. I've found a treasure. I've found a treasure." Lei Ying's eyes were brimming with excitement. At this moment, even if Xu Lang offered her Duan Lingtian in exchange for Huan, she would not agree to it. Huan might not be a match for Duan Lingtian in a head-on battle, but if she used her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she might not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Most importantly, Huan was much more flexible. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, her potential to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor was high. Given enough time, she would definitely become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. In fact, in the history of the Devata realms, There were several thousand phantoms ice foxes who managed to achieve godhood. More than 90% of heavenly emperors aren't able to achieve godhood. If Huana can achieve godhood, won't I, Lei Ying, and the merciless celestial emperor, be fated with a god? When Lei Ying thought of this, she found Huana pleasing to the eye. When the thousand phantoms ice foxes' silhouette disappeared, Linghu Yuan was finally freed from the illusory technique. When she saw Huana standing in front of her in her snow-white robes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Why are you unharmed? One must know that earlier, she had clearly seen her junior sister being forced back by her attacks in a very sorry state. However, in just a blink of an eye, Huana seemed fine. Linghu Yuan took a deep breath before she prepared to continue attacking. Enough. At this moment, Lei Ying said, "Third brother, you've lost. If Huana wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago." End of chapter. Chapter 3266. Impossible. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Linghu Yuan's first reaction was to look at Lei Ying in disbelief. She even thought Lei Ying was siding with Huan. Junior sister Linghu. Lei Jun sighed. Earlier, you were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique. She could have easily killed you for 3 breaths of time. If it was a battle of life and death, you would have died by now. Lei Jun said. Linghu Yuan was skeptical of Lei Ying's words, but she was still skeptical of Lei Jun's words. However, when her gaze landed on Shimen Linjie and He Wen, and both of them nodded at her, she knew that her teacher Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Linghu Yuan looked at Huan with a grim expression on her face. She had seen illusory techniques before, but she did not see any traces of illusory techniques at all. In fact, the mirror image in the illusory technique seemed to be one with the scene in front of her. Lei Ying and the others who were watching from the side did not change at all. The only thing that changed was the white-clad woman who was supposed to be in a sorry state. Instead, she stood at the side and looked at Linghu Yuan as though she was watching a show. It's normal that you can't see through Huan's illusory technique. Lei Ying glanced at Linghu Yuan indifferently and said, Huan is a rare thousand phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the Devata realms, thousand phantoms ice foxes are divine beast. Divine beasts. Linghu Yuan was shocked when she heard Lei Ying's words. Lei Jun and the others were stunned as well. They had heard of the Phantom Fox clan before. They knew it was a powerful clan, but it was only a grade 1 force. However, even if it was only a grade 1 force, they did not doubt that a rare thousand phantoms ice fox clan would be extremely talented. However, what truly shocked them was the 2 words divine beast that Lei Ying had mentioned. Divine beasts were superior to celestial beasts. If there were no mishaps, divine beasts would become gods that were stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors when they reached adulthood. They would stand at the peak of the Devata realms. And now, their teacher was telling them that their little junior sister was a divine beast. Lei Ying's disciples were shocked, but Duan Lingtian and Huan did not show any signs of shock. After all, they already knew this would happen. Especially Duan Lingtian. A long time ago, Duan Lingtian had asked Huan about the thousand phantoms ice fox's grade. However, Huan had told him that the thousand phantoms ice fox was not a celestial beast but a divine beast. When he obtained the world-cleansing divine water, it could tell that Huan was a divine beast. Because of this, he was not surprised. Huan has defeated Old Third. From now on, she's my 3rd disciple. At the same time, Lei Ying looked to Linghu Yuan and announced, as for you, Old Third, from today on, you'll be Old Fourth. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at He Wen. He Wen, you're the 5th. 3rd junior sister. 3rd junior sister. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Shimen Linjie and Lei Jun changed the way they addressed Huan. As for Linghu Yuan, she reluctantly addressed Huan as her 3rd senior sister. When she looked at Huan, the jealousy and hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. This Linghu Yuan, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Linghu Yuan's jealousy toward Huan. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could only hope that Linghu Yuan would not stir up trouble. If she had any ill intentions toward Huan, he would not let her off. Huan you can stay here and cultivate from now on. Lei Ying smiled at Huan Lei Ying's words immediately caused the jealousy and hatred in Linghu Yuan's eyes to grow even more intense. One must know that before today, only her eldest senior brother and second senior brother could come to her master's place to cultivate as they pleased. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy at her teacher's place was much denser than anywhere else in the valley. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Huan shook her head and said, I'll just cultivate with brother Ling Tian. She did not want to leave Duan Ling Tian's side. Moreover, she would be able to cultivate faster if she stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Ling Tian's little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Ling Tian's little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were places where gods cultivated. Naturally, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not be compared to the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Alright, it's up to you. If Lei Ying did not know that Huan was a 1,000 phantoms ice fox, she might have been displeased by Huan's words. However, now that she knew Huan was a 1,000 phantoms ice fox, she decided to let Huan do whatever she wanted as long as Huan acknowledged her as her disciple. Moreover, as long as she took care of Huan as her teacher, it would not be difficult for her to become closer to Huan. After all, it would be beneficial for her to become friends with a divine beast who had taken human form. In fact, if Huan became a god one day, she might even be able to give her some pointers. Perhaps, Huan would be able to comprehend the path to godhood. Becoming a god was the dream of every celestial emperor in the Devata realms. However, in the Devata realms, it was rare for celestial emperors to achieve godhood. Even among titled celestial emperors, there might not even be 1 in 1,000 who could achieve godhood. In any case, Huan, remember that you're my disciple. You can look for me if you need anything in the future. Lei Ying raised her hand and handed her soul pearl to Huan. Huan, let's exchange soul pearls. After the exchange of soul pearls, Lei Ying raised her hand and a fruit that shone with purple lightning appeared in her hand. It emitted a refreshing fragrance. Huan, this is a gift from me, Lei Ying said as she handed the fruit over to Huan. Lei Ying said as she handed the celestial fruit to her. This is a violet thunder celestial fruit. I obtained it by accident 1,000 years ago. The violet thunder celestial fruit. When Lei Ying took out the celestial fruit and handed it to Huan, the jealousy in Linghu Yuan's eyes intensified. Even the other 3 disciples, including Lei Jun, stared at the fruit in Lei Ying's hand. The Thunderbolt Immortal Fruit was one of the immortal fruits that immortal emperors could use to increase their cultivation base. It was one of the top immortal fruits that could greatly increase the cultivation base of immortal emperors. After a while, Lei Jun and Shimen Lin Jie withdrew their gazes. After all, the violet thunder celestial fruit was of no use to them. After all, both Lei Jun and the Shimen Lin clan were celestial emperors now. Thank you, teacher. Huan's eyes lit up as she took the violet thunder celestial fruit from Lei Ying. Huan, remember that you're my disciple in the heavenly pool palace. No matter what happens, you'll always have my support, Lei Ying said solemnly. Lei Ying said with a solemn expression. Okay. Huan nodded. Junior sister Huan, if any prodigious disciple dares to provoke you, please let me know. Eldest senior brother is about to pass 1,000 years old and leave the ranks of prodigious disciples. However, I, Lei Jun, am only slightly over 800 years old. Lei Jun smiled at Huan. Thank you, second senior brother. Huan nodded again. After a while, the group of people left. Before they left, apart from Linghu Yuan and He Wen, Lei Jun, and Shimen Lin Jie also exchanged soul pearls with Huan. Naturally, they were the ones who took the initiative to do so. Duan Lingtian discovered Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him from the beginning until now. However, when he left with Huan, he could see the jealousy in Lei Jun's eyes. Huan's charm is really great. As a man, Duan Lingtian could easily guess Lei Jun's thoughts when he recalled how Lei Jun had defended Huan in front of Linghu Yuan. Naturally, he had also noticed the coldness in Linghu Yuan's eyes when he left with Huan. It's fine if Linghu Yuan behaves herself. If she doesn't, I don't mind finding an opportunity to send her on her way. Even if they were in the heavenly pool palace, Duan Lingtian and Huan could easily kill a celestial lord like Linghu Yuan if they wanted to. Huan was 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Her illusory techniques were unparalleled in the world. Coupled with his concealment techniques, he was confident he could kill an ordinary celestial emperor. After returning to Shu Lang's residence, Huan took out the purple thunder celestial fruit and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this purple thunder celestial fruit is for you. Huan, I know you mean well. However, this purple thunder celestial fruit is a gift from your master, Lei Ting. You should take it, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Brother Lingtian, my cultivation speed is much faster than yours. Moreover, the purple thunder celestial fruit is not as beneficial to me as it is to you. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it, she said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he saw the determination in her eyes. Since when did she learn to use this tactic? In the past, he had often done this when they were distributing celestial fruits. However, it seemed like Huan had learned his technique. Huan, Brother Lingtian, I'll tell you this first. Don't do this again. Next time, the purple thunder celestial fruit will belong to you regardless of whether it's mine or yours. Duan Lingtian took the purple thunder celestial fruit and said solemnly, both of us will take turns to consume one purple thunder celestial fruit. Do you understand? All right, Brother Lingtian. Hurry up and consume the purple thunder celestial fruit. With the purple thunder celestial fruit and the heaven and earth spirit energy in your little world, you'll soon become a 5-element celestial lord. Huan smiled. It's not that easy. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before joining the heavenly pool palace, he had just become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord. He still had a long way to go before he could break through. Even if he consumed the purple thunder celestial fruit, it would still take him some time to become a 5-element celestial lord. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, I've received a message from the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Chapter 3267. I received it as well. As soon as Huan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had informed him that the prodigy ranked last in the 200 to 300 years old age group was currently in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he had accepted the challenge and would be fighting Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy arena in 3 days. As the challenger, Duan Lingtian did not have the right to choose the time. If he did not show up in 3 days, he would be deemed to have admitted defeat. The prodigy I challenged will be fighting in 3 days. Huan, what about yours? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Huan. Mine is in 10 days, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left Shu Lang's cultivation place with Huan in tow. However, as soon as he left, a voice rang from behind him. Hey, little junior brother, wait for me, Chem. Duan Lingtian stopped moving and turned around to take a look. With just a glance, he saw a fatty in a loose green robe flashing over. Although the plump man's body was huge and heavy, his speed was not slow at all. Sixth senior brother, what's the matter? The plump man was none other than Shu Lang's 6th disciple, Hong Fei. He. Junior brother, today is the day you challenge the prodigy disciples. As your senior brother, how can I be absent? I'm not like those fellows who call me little junior brother all the time, but I can't see you when the time comes. Hong Fei chuckled before he said with a righteous expression on his face. Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm challenging the prodigy disciples today? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Even he had only received the message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder 3 days ago. Little junior brother, anyone who challenges a prodigy disciple, whether it's to become a prodigy disciple or to rank among the prodigy disciples in their age group, As long as the sword trial pavilion successfully challenges the prodigy disciples, the battle information will be publicly displayed in the sword trial pavilion, Hong Fei said. Hong Fei said, as for me, I just happened to go to the sword trial hall the day before yesterday and happened to see your message. Coincidence? Duan Lingtian glanced at Hong Fei with a strange look, before a grin appeared on his face. It seems like it's only a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei knew about my challenge today. It was a slip of the tongue. At this time, Hong Fei naturally knew that he had spilled the beans. He quickly said righteously, little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction speed. That's why I said that. Actually, ever since you entered the sect, I've been going to the sword trial hall every few days to look at the battle information of the prodigy disciples. That's why I know that you're going to battle the last ranked prodigy disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei spoke with a serious expression, as if he was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he did not believe what Hong Fei had said. However, he had learned more about Hong Fei's shamelessness. Little junior brother, you've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. I don't think you know where the Prodigy Arena is, right? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not interested in answering his question, Hong Fei changed the topic and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just about to ask someone after I leave. There's no need for that. I'll take you there. Hong Fei smiled. On the way to the Prodigy Arena, Hong Fei continued to explain, the Prodigy Arena isn't located on any of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There are 3 Prodigy Arenas in total, and each of them is used by the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy disciples. However, you're the only one who's going to challenge Huang Lunan in the Prodigy Arena today. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't lack spectators. Even if you're not famous, and Huang Lunan is only at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old group of prodigious disciples, there will still be many spectators watching the battle. Of course, most of the spectating disciples are ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only a few prodigious disciples. By the time Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan had already arrived 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Along the way, they saw many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples heading in the direction of the Prodigy Arena. I, Hong Fei, am considered a big shot in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to be so unobservant. Hong Fei narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw none of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples had come forward to greet him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the Prodigy Arena. The Heaven's proud son of Heaven's Arena consisted of 3 vast arenas suspended in the void. They were distributed at different levels. A small floating island could be seen at the center of the Prodigy Arena. Apart from a huge stone tablet, there was nothing else on the island. The words Prodigy Arena were engraved on the stone tablet. At this moment, more than 100 people had gathered around the Prodigy Arena, and the number was still increasing. Senior Hong Fei. While Duan Lingtian was looking at the Prodigy Arena, a Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple stepped forward and greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically. Yes. Seeing someone come over to greet him, the dissatisfaction that had just appeared on Hong Fei's face immediately disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, Hong Fei was no longer as shameless as before in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. When the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple came forward to greet Hong Fei, the other Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples turned to look at Hong Fei. He's Hong Fei. He's the weakest prodigy under the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Shu Lang. Hong Fei seems to be the weakest prodigy between 600 and 700 years old. He's often kicked out of the ranks of the prodigy disciples. It'll take him a while to climb back up. However, the fact that he managed to climb back up the ranks means he's quite strong. He's barely comparable to a prodigy. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples did not speak loudly, with Duan Lingtian and Huan hearing, they clearly heard what they were saying. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Hong Fei's fat face darkened when he heard the disciples' words. He said angrily, You bunch of gossips. If you have the guts, come up the prodigy arena and fight me. I'll fight all of you alone. If all of you can last 3 rounds, it'll be my loss. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples realized Hong Fei had heard them. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing if they should leave or stay. Hong Fei, you've really regressed. Aren't you ashamed to bicker with an ordinary disciple? At this moment, a burst of sharp laughter rang from afar, helping the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to resolve the awkwardness. In just a blink of an eye, a thin young man appeared before everyone's eyes. He was the polar opposite of Hong Fei's fat body. Liu Jian, what are you doing here? Hong Fei frowned slightly when he saw the thin young man. He did not expect Liu Jian to be here as well. At the same time, Hong Fei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little junior brother, this fellow's name is Liu Jian. He's about the same age as me. However, I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have defeated him and pushed him down from the 9th place. Hong Fei snorted when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously at all. This was because he knew his senior brother Liu's mouth was not very reliable. Nevertheless, he did not expose Hong Fei's lies. Naturally, I came here with my junior brother. Today is the day my junior brother, Huang Lunan, will fight your little junior brother. Liu Jian paused for a moment before he continued to say, I just found out that Duan Lingtian, the new disciple who challenged my junior brother, has joined your teacher, Lord Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him, right? As soon as Liu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful smile on his face. What? Are you looking down on my little junior brother? Hong Fei asked in a deep voice with a frown on his face when he saw the disdainful smile on Liu Jian's face. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but it's better for a new disciple to consolidate his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple. It won't be easy for him to defeat a prodigious disciple without consolidation, Liu Jian said indifferently. I'm afraid he'll be traumatized if he loses and won't dare to challenge a prodigious disciple again. Lord Shu Lang has a total of 7 disciples. 5 of them are outstanding talents. Initially, you were the only one holding him back. However, it seems like there's another one holding him back now. When Liu Jian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze swept past Hong Fei and Duan Lingtian. The disdain on the corner of his mouth grew thicker. Bullshit! Hong Fei exclaimed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he regained his composure. He smiled faintly as he said, Wait until your junior brother, Huang Lunan, defeats me before you say that. Otherwise, you'll end up slapping yourself in the face when the result is out. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Liu Jian intently. That's right. Hong Fei chimed in immediately. I'll end up slapping myself in the face. Liu Jian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. Brat, it seems like you're quite confident in yourself. However, many of the new disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace are also very confident in themselves. Alas, in the end, they'll always be beaten black and blue. A hint of coldness flashed in Liu Jian's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 3268. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Liu Jian's words. Senior brother. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man dressed in blue with a determined expression on his face flew toward Liu Jian. Are you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. His Lord Shu Lang's youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian. Liu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said to the newcomer. Based on Liu Jian's words, it was obvious the newcomer was Duan Lingtian's opponent today, Huang Lunan. Huang Lunan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300 years old age group. If Duan Lingtian defeated him today, he would become a prodigious disciple. At that time, Huang Lunan would be pulled down from the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Prodigious disciples had their own identity tokens. With that identity token, they could enter many places in the Heavenly Pool Palace that ordinary disciples could not enter. Moreover, Prodigious disciples were treated in a way that ordinary disciples were jealous of. There were only 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force, it was difficult to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Oh! Upon hearing Liu Jian's words, Huang Lunan shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently, I heard you defeated a senior brother who's a 6-combo celestial emperor and has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage during the entrance exam? Huang Lunan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. You seem to know a lot about me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I hope you're as strong as you claim. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed today. Huang Lunan shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not feel pressured even if he knew Duan Lingtian was strong. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. Duan Lingtian said. Not bad. I think I'm slightly stronger than you. Huang Lunan smiled. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and revealed a non-committal expression on his face. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace is here. While Huang Lunan and Liu Jianli were facing off against Duan Lingtian, Huan and Hong Fei, the voices of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples rang in the distance. It's still him. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly. With just a glance, he recognized the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who had helped him and Huan register their names. Huang Lunan, Duan Lingtian, have you arrived? As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder appeared above the stone tablet with the words Prodigy Arena written on it, he asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of special magic that clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Junior brother, go on. I'd like to see why Lord Shu Lang would take a liking to this brat. Liu Jian said to Huang Lunan. Although Liu Jian and Huang Lunan were both disciples of a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, their titled Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Shu Lang. In the past, Liu Jian had wanted to become Shu Lang's disciple, but Shu Lang had rejected him. It was also because of this that he was very hostile towards Shu Lang's disciples who were not as strong as him. Why did Shu Lang accept people weaker than him, but not him? Senior brother, just you wait. Today, I'll show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple. Huang Lunan sneered. As soon as Huang Lunan finished speaking, he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up one of the prodigy arenas. Elder. As soon as Huang Lunan entered the prodigy arena, he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and threw an identity token to him. The identity token was the identity token of a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The identity token of a prodigious disciple was not engraved with a name, but it could be used to establish ownership through a drop of blood. After Huang Lunan removed the blood binding on the identity token, he threw it to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Although the identity token was not engraved with a name, there were some words engraved on it. For example, the words 200 to 300 years old and 10 were carved on it. This identity token belonged to the 10th ranked prodigious disciple among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples. The prodigious disciples in each group would be given a different identity token. If the prodigious disciple defeated the prodigious disciple in the same group, the prodigious disciple's identity token would be swapped. Swoosh. When Huang Lunan handed the identity token to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Duan Lingtian teleported to the prodigy arena where Huang Lunan was standing. Upon seeing this, Huan teleported to the prodigy arena as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian who was facing off against Huang Lunan. Sister-in-law, Huang Lunan is quite strong. What do you think is little junior brother's chance of winning? Hong Fei asked with a smile on his face. It's impossible for brother Lingtian to lose. Hong Fei was taken aback when he heard Huan's simple and direct reply. Her reply was simple and straightforward. Although Huan had faith in Duan Lingtian, Hong Fei thought she was blindly trusting Duan Lingtian. Although teacher said little junior brother has no problem becoming a prodigious disciple, his opponent is Liu Jian's junior brother, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei could choose not to believe Huan's words, but he had no choice but to believe Shu Lang's words. However, he was still puzzled. Huang Lunan is capable of doing what little junior brother did in the first round of selection as well. Let's wait and see. As long as little junior brother defeats Huang Lunan, he'll become a prodigious disciple. At that time, I'd like to see Liu Jian's expression turn ugly. As Hong Fei thought to himself, he turned to look at Liu Jian, who had followed him to the prodigy arena. What? Hong Fei, you can't possibly think that this junior brother of yours is a match for my junior brother, right? Liu Jian asked mockingly when he saw the sneer on Hong Fei's face. Liu Jian, I hope you'll still be able to smile when the time comes. Now, Hong Fei had no other choice but to believe in Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else, just the imposing manner before the Liu clan would absolutely not lose. Meanwhile, more and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace gathered around the arena. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder who presided over the prodigy arena suddenly looked into the distance. His gaze attracted everyone's attention, causing them to look over as well. It's Lei Jun, senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun is ranked in the top 3 among the 10 prodigies between the ages of 800 to 900. Not only is he a one basic celestial emperor, but he has also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, senior brother Lei Jun is the only son of Lord Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Not only was his strength outstanding, but his family background was also far beyond others' reach. However, many people were puzzled. Why was Lei Jun here? Normally, Lei Jun would not be attracted by Duan Lingtian's challenge to Huang Lunan. Young master. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion greeted Lei Jun respectfully. Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Naturally, the elder did not dare to slight Lei Jun. Elder Qin, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he appeared next to Huan and greeted her with a smile. Third junior sister. Second senior brother. Since Lei Jun had helped her many times in front of Linghu Yuan, Huan had a good impression of him. Therefore, she nodded in response to Lei Jun's greeting. Third junior sister, I heard you issued a challenge to a prodigious disciple as well. When will your battle be? Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. 7 days later. Huan replied. However, this time, she did not look at Lei Jun. Her eyes were fixed on the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena. It was as though the purple-clad young man was the only person in her eyes at this moment. Lei Jun's expression darkened when he saw this. When he looked at the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had fallen in love with his third junior sister as soon as he laid eyes on her. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, it still made his heart beat faster. However, what made him jealous was that this third junior sister already had a man by her side. Of course, even if he knew that his third junior sister had a special liking for this man, he didn't really care. This was because he could see that his third junior sister was still a virgin and had not had that kind of relationship with the man by her side. For this reason, he felt he still had time. Naturally, the prerequisite was for his third junior sister to shift her attention away from the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to him. Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. However, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me for liking you. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. He's here for this woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun treat a woman like this. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could see Lei Jun's feelings for Huan. Let's begin. When the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's voice rang in the air, everyone's attention shifted from Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. Duan Lingtian, right? I will let you know that you are overestimating yourself by challenging me. Huang Lunan sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Make your move. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Huang Lunan's confidence. He said indifferently, if you don't make your move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to make your move. Chapter 3269. How arrogant. Huang Lunan was completely enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. Flames rose from his body as though he had transformed into a flaming man. Huang Lunan had comprehended the law of fire. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the level of a 6-combo celestial lord, and he had also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. For this reason, he was confident he could do what Duan Lingtian had done in the first round of the new disciples assessment. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll let you know that a prodigious disciple's dignity is not to be trifled with. Huang Lunan said coldly as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot out, leaving behind a scorching aura in the air. Even the disciples from the heavenly pool palace who were standing far away could feel the heat from Huang Lunan's energy. Although Huang Lunan is ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300, his strength is not far from the top few prodigious disciples. That's right. Huang Lunan has not always been ranked 10th. In the past, he was ranked 6th at most. Huang Lunan is still very strong. It's going to be difficult for Duan Lingtian to become a prodigious disciple. Many disciples from the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves as Huang Lunan made his move. However, in the next moment, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, when Huang Lunan approached Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had bumped into something in the air. His entire body came to a halt as he tried to move forward with all his might. However, he was completely helpless. Then, he tried to move in another direction, but it was to no avail. Humph! Do you think you can restrain me with your spatial shackles? Huang Lunan sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. It was obvious he could tell Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity to imprison him in a void, preventing him from leaving. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud booms, violent flames swept out from Huang Lunan's body, constantly attacking the spatial prison that imprisoned him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Lunan's entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames took the shape of a cube, and its surface was constantly trembling, as if it could erupt at any moment. Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles can actually withstand Huang Lunan's attacks for so long. No wonder this Duan Lingtian dares to challenge a genius disciple. It seems like he does have some skills. However, judging from the current situation, it won't be difficult for Huang Lunan to break free from his shackles. It's only a matter of time. Just as everyone was whispering, Huang Lunan finally broke free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. The moment he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared from where he stood, his expression changed drastically. Then, the flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn everything. There was nothing more intense than a raging inferno. Specks of flames rose into the air and transformed into roaring fire dragons. These fire dragons were mainly aimed at the people behind him. Is that all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Huang Lunan. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying spatial energy wreaked havoc. It shrouded the roaring fire dragons and turned them into ashes. Bang! After the fire dragons were annihilated, a loud noise reverberated in the air. Huang Lunan was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm. He looked slightly wretched. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared next to him. Bang! Duan Lingtian sent Huang Lunan flying again with a kick. Whoosh! With another teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared above Huang Lunan, who was sent flying. He raised his hand and struck again, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lunan did not have time to gather. Bang! 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 Although Huang Lunan tried to resist, every time he tried to gather the celestial origin energy in his body, Duan Lingtian would appear next to him and attack him. Duan Lingtian's speed of gathering celestial origin energy was much faster than Huang Lunan's. This made Huang Lunan feel helpless. How can this be? Huang Lunan was filled with resentment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have 99 heavenly veins. In terms of gathering celestial origin energy, only someone with 99 heavenly veins could compare to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Huang Lunan is being completely dominated by Duan Lingtian? That's impossible. How can he not be able to fight back at all? Is he giving in to Duan Lingtian? Is this an inside job? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not understand Huang Lunan's predicament. In their opinion, Huang Lunan was deliberately giving in to Duan Lingtian. No. If he wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, why can't he just pretend that he's defeated? I think so as well. If he really wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, there's no need for him to keep pretending, right? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shuddered when they saw Huang Lunan's predicament. If they were in Huang Lunan's shoes, they would have admitted defeat a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Hong Fei laughed mockingly. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Liu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, "Liu Jian, it seems like your junior brother isn't good enough. He doesn't even recognize my little junior brother. He's really tenacious. In my opinion, we should just change his name to Huang Xiaoqiong. What do you think?" At this moment, Hong Fei had a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Liu Jian's expression darkened when he saw Huang Lunan being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Then, he shouted, "Enough." However, no one paid any attention to him. Since Huang Lunan did not admit defeat, Duan Lingtian continued to torture Huang Lunan. In fact, it was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to torture Huang Lunan. It was just that after a few rounds, he discovered he was able to cast the profundities from the law of space more smoothly. It was as though he was a baby who had just learned how to speak. This feels good. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely carefree. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to severely injure Huang Lunan. Instead, he only inflicted some minor injuries on Huang Lunan. Ever since he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he had never been able to attack as freely as he did today. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's comfort, Huang Lunan felt as though he was in an abyss of suffering. If he had been severely injured, he would have admitted defeat long ago. It was precisely because he discovered every time Duan Lingtian attacked him, he only felt intense pain and did not suffer any substantial injuries that he did not admit defeat. Presently, Duan Lingtian had completely occupied the initiative and was suppressing him. He really wanted to turn the situation around. Even if it was only for a moment, he would still be willing to throw in a punch at Duan Lingtian and admit defeat. However, as time passed, Huang Lunan finally lost all hope. Moreover, Liu Jian kept urging him to admit defeat through voice transmission. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "I admit defeat." "You're admitting defeat just like that." When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Lunan admitting defeat, he frowned as though he wanted to continue. "Duan Lingtian, from today onward, you're ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old." The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder raised his hand and handed Huang Lunan's identity token to Duan Lingtian before he announced in a clear voice. Then, he reminded Duan Lingtian to drip his blood on the token to claim ownership of the token. "All right." At the same time, Duan Lingtian performed the blood ownership claim on the identity token in his hand. The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not surprised by this outcome. After all, they had expected this outcome when they saw Duan Lingtian beating up Huang Lunan earlier. Meanwhile, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was preparing to leave. After all, both of them were disciples of Lei Ying, the Sword Trial Pavilion's pavilion master. Moreover, Lei Jun was the only son of the pavilion master in their time. "Elder." Duan Lingtian called out to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder just as he was about to leave. "Chem." Since the Sword Trial Pavilion elder knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were close, he was polite to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, is there anything else?" "Elder, now that I've obtained this identity token, I've replaced Huang Lunan as a prodigious disciple. I'm currently ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. If I want to be ranked higher, can I challenge someone who's ranked higher?" Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. "If you challenge someone who's ranked higher than you can only challenge someone who's not ranked in the top 3. Even if you're ranked 5th, you can't challenge someone who's ranked 3rd, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Currently, You can only challenge someone who's ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. You'll only be qualified to challenge someone who's ranked 3rd if you defeat the person who's ranked 4th. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder replied. Is there no other way? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through so much trouble. After all, he only managed to rank 1st among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old after fighting so many prodigious disciples. Once he reached the top, his status in the heavenly pool palace would be greatly elevated. At that time, it would be much easier for him to find Huan Er's parents. What? Duan Lingtian, are you trying to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3? Naturally, it's not impossible for you to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3. Liu Jian, who was about to leave with Huang Lunan, sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You can challenge me if you want. As long as you can defeat me, you can even challenge someone who's ranked 1st among the prodigious disciples, let alone the top 3. A mocking smile appeared on Liu Jian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 3270. Hm. Upon hearing Liu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Liu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he said, Indeed, it's as he said. If a prodigious disciple under the age of 900 wants to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in their age group, they only have to fulfill one condition. That is, they have to challenge a prodigious disciple of a higher age group. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion said, as long as they defeat the prodigious disciple, they'll have the opportunity to challenge any prodigious disciple in their age group. They can even challenge the top prodigious disciple. Moreover, they can't refuse the challenge. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion glanced at Liu Jian and said, as for the prodigious disciple who's defeated by a prodigious disciple of a lower age group, not only will he have to hand over his prodigious disciple token, but he'll also lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. This is because he can't issue an invitation to the Sword Trial Pavilion to challenge any prodigious disciple. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion finished speaking. What do you think? Duan Lingtian, do you want to fight me? Liu Jian grinned from ear to ear. Little junior brother, ignore him. At this moment, Hong Fei's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Liu Jian. He hastily stopped Duan Lingtian as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would really challenge Liu Jian. Duan Lingtian. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian will lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. For this reason, it doesn't matter if the prodigious disciple loses the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple. Unless one of the prodigious disciples surrenders, the other party can't make a move. If the prodigious disciple fails to surrender before he dies, the prodigious disciple won't be held responsible even if he dies. This is also a rule in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion explained patiently. Regardless of life or death. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, then looked at Liu Jian and asked meaningfully, why? You, Liu Jian, want to kill me? Liu Jian chuckled. What? Do you dare to challenge me? As his voice faded, the corners of Liu Jian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Little junior brother, since we have obtained the identity of a genius disciple, we can go back now. Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian. He was very worried that his junior brother would challenge Liu Jian in a fit of anger. Judging from the current situation, his junior brother was definitely a person with a temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tortured Huang Lunan to such an extent just now. This Duan Lingtian, Lei Jun narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't help but wish that Duan Lingtian would challenge Liu Jian to a duel. However, he also knew that this was not very realistic. It was basically impossible for Duan Lingtian to challenge Liu Jian because that would be akin to seeking death. Liu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8 trigram celestial lord, and he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. His strength was not something his junior brother, Huang Lunan, could compare to. Third junior sister, I don't think your brother Ling Tian dares to challenge Liu Jian. Lei Yijun looked at Huan and said with a smile, although Liu Jian's strength is not bad, he's ranked at the bottom of the group of prodigies in his age group. First, Lei Yijun said Duan Lingtian did not dare to challenge Liu Jian. Then, he began to belittle Liu Jian. Naturally, Lei Yijun did not want to belittle Duan Lingtian directly. Instead, he wanted to use Liu Jian to belittle Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew very well that if he directly belittled Duan Lingtian, it would only make his little junior sister feel disgusted, and she would gradually drift away from him. However, she did not pay any attention to him. She was no longer the same person she used to be. After experiencing the ways of the world, she had learned many things. For example, how could she not understand Lei Yijun's intention to use the Liu clan to belittle Duan Lingtian? It was precisely because Lei Yijun had belittled Duan Lingtian that she no longer wanted to talk to him even though he was the only son of her teacher, Lei Ying. Elder, if I challenge Liu Jian, does that mean I don't have to go through the registration process? Duan Lingtian asked the elder of the sword trial pavilion. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was the elder of the sword trial pavilion stunned, but even the disciples of the heavenly pool palace were stunned. Duan Lingtian really wanted to challenge Liu Jian? Was he trying to court death? Can't Duan Lingtian see that Liu Jian is trying to provoke him? He's really going to challenge Liu Jian? Is he out of his mind? Liu Jian is a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. Moreover, his innate trigram celestial lord who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Lingtian defeat him? In my opinion, he must have fallen for Liu Jian's provocation. In the heat of the moment, he decided to challenge Liu Jian. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a fool. Liu Jian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would fall for his provocation. Could it be that Duan Lingtian couldn't see through his direct provocation? Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would fall for his provocation. He quickly sent a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Lingtian. 6th senior brother, don't worry. Upon hearing Hong Fei's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian merely sent a voice transmission to reassure Hong Fei. He had no intention of changing his mind. At this moment, the sword trial pavilion elder glanced at Liu Jian and said, if you agree, you don't have to go through the registration process. Elder Qin, I agree. Liu Jian was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. He was the first to speak when the sword trial pavilion elder turned to look at him. Duan Lingtian, let's see if you dare to challenge me or not. After Liu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful grin on his face. He was clearly provoking Duan Lingtian. Elder, I'll challenge him. Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he looked at the sword trial pavilion elder. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. Now that you've said this, you won't be able to escape if he removes the identity token and hands it over to me. The sword trial pavilion elder looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly reminded him. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have tried to persuade him. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. He was Lei Ying's disciple, the sword trial pavilion master's disciple. I've thought it through. Duan Lingtian nodded. Liu Jian took out his identity token and handed it over to the sword trial pavilion elder after removing the identity token. Elder Qin, since he's so confident, you should just let him be. If you insist on persuading him, he might be displeased. Liu Jian removed the identity token from his identity token and handed it over to the sword trial pavilion elder. As long as he defeated Duan Lingtian, he would be able to retrieve his identity token. However, if he lost, he would be stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple. Moreover, he would not be able to become a prodigious disciple for 100 years even if he was strong enough. This was to prevent people from deliberately going easy on him. After the sword trial pavilion elder took Liu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, your battle with the Liu clan is a battle of life and death. Naturally, you can choose to admit defeat. At that time, Liu Jian won't be able to continue attacking you. Whoosh. After the sword trial pavilion elder took Liu Jian's identity token, he flew toward one of the prodigy arenas in a streak of golden light and waited for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Liu Jian was no longer in a hurry. Since he had handed over his identity token, it was too late for Duan Lingtian to go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could also admit defeat now. Although many people understood Duan Lingtian's reason for admitting defeat, his reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be tarnished. Many people would not allow such a thing to happen to his reputation. There was a big difference between admitting defeat without a fight and admitting defeat at the last moment. Elder, does this mean he won't be punished if he kills me before I admit defeat? Even if I kill him before he admits defeat, he won't be punished, right? Duan Lingtian asked the sword trial pavilion elder through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the sword trial pavilion elder was taken aback. After a while, he replied through voice transmission, "That's right." After replying to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, the sword trial pavilion elder's heart skipped a beat. Why is Duan Lingtian asking me this? Could it be that he intends to kill Liu Jian? While the sword trial pavilion elder was still puzzled, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite Liu Jian in the prodigy arena. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He had been trying to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian had ignored him. Apart from replying to him in the beginning, Duan Lingtian had completely ignored him. Duan Lingtian. He actually agreed to it. Lei Yizhen's eyes widened slightly. However, his eyes shone brightly when he saw this. This was what he had been waiting for the most. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he fought Liu Jian. It seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Liu Jian will be able to kill him for me, Lei Yizhen thought to himself. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He looked at Huan and shook his head as he said, "Huan, your brother Lingtian is too impulsive. Didn't you try to persuade him? Liu Jian is very strong. He might not be able to defeat Liu Jian." However, Huan did not respond to Lei Yizhen's words. It was as though she had completely ignored him. She continued to look at the purple figure on the prodigy arena as though he was the only person left in her world. Chapter 3271. As expected of a disciple whom Lord Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, took the initiative to accept. "You're courageous and courageous," Liu Jian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Liu Jian. His expression was indifferent as though he did not take Liu Jian seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Liu Jian seriously at all. "Let's begin." Under the watchful eyes of the others, the sword trial pavilion elder spoke. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, if you're no match for him, admit defeat in time." "Thank you for your reminder, Elder." Duan Lingtian was, naturally, grateful for the elder's reminder even though he knew it was only for Huan's sake. As for his sixth senior brother Hong Fei's reminder, he was naturally grateful. However, he knew that in front of Hong Fei, unless he really used his strength to prove himself, Hong Fei would not think that he, who was not even 300 years old, could be Liu Jian's opponent. After all, Liu Jian's strength was on par with Hong Fei. In fact, Liu Jian was even stronger than Hong Fei to a certain extent. Otherwise, Liu Jian would not be ranked higher than Hong Fei among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 600 to 700 years old. It was precisely because he knew that Hong Fei wouldn't believe him that he only responded to Hong Fei at the beginning and turned a deaf ear to Hong Fei's voice transmission later on. In fact, he even intentionally blocked Hong Fei's voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, I won't bully you. You can make the first move." Although Liu Jian did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for him, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he was shrouded in a layer of golden light. It was as though he had transformed into a golden man. From afar, it was as though he was a Buddha. Upon hearing Liu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like Liu Jian really did not think highly of him. Whoosh! As soon as Liu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He teleported and vanished from his spot. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Duan Lingtian was already near Liu Jian. With a thought, he used the space law's confinement profundity to confine the space around Liu Jian. Duan Lingtian's spatial imprisonment this time was different from the one he used against Huang Lunan. To deal with Huang Lunan, he would imprison him alone. In order to deal with Liu Jian, he had trapped both himself and Liu Jian in the same place, and they were less than 10 meters away from each other. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He stood within the confined space, facing off against Liu Jian with a distance of 10 meters between them. At this moment, the golden light emitted from Liu Jian's body, which had been fused with the basic element of the law of metal, had even spread to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian's body. This Duan Lingtian, what is he doing? Is he provoking senior brother Liu Jian? Why is he standing so close to senior brother Liu Jian? There's an obvious spatial energy fluctuation in the space they're in. Moreover, the spatial energy fluctuation must be from Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. Did he imprison Duan Lingtian and Liu Jian together? Is he crazy? Isn't he seeking death by standing so close to Liu Jian? Liu Jian is an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, he's skilled in offense. Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage is his teleportation profundity. Isn't he wasting his advantage by standing so close to Liu Jian? What's he trying to do? The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were dumbfounded when they saw this. In fact, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who presided over the battle between the prodigies was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind. Not only did Duan Lingtian not utilize his advantage, but he even exposed his weakness to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is digging his own grave. Does he think senior brother Liu's strength is on par with mine? Earlier, Huang Lunan had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. It was easy to imagine how much resentment Duan Lingtian had for him. Now that he saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Third junior sister, this brother Lingtian of yours is really irrational. Lei Jun looked at Huan with a smile on his face. Although Huan ignored Lei Jun, he still took the initiative to talk to her. Even if Huan did not speak, he could still entertain himself by chatting with her. Naturally, although Lei Jun said that Duan Lingtian was not rational, he was laughing in his heart. After all, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to lose his mind. If Duan Lingtian lost his mind, it would be more likely that Duan Lingtian would be killed. Liu Jian, however, he did not vent his anger on Huan. Instead, he directed his anger at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Liu Jian who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Liu Jian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I'm Lei Jun. Before Liu Jian could reply, Lei Jun continued to say, don't miss this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Once you're done, I'll give you a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in heaven-grade forces. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only those who had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm would be given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, they would have to rely on themselves to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. They would either have to make a certain contribution to the Heavenly Pool Palace or perform exceptionally well in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment. Naturally, there was another way to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon without relying on oneself or breaking through to become a celestial emperor. For example, the children of titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace like Lei Jun. Although purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons were precious to the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they still had a few of them. Naturally, they would not be stingy with their children. For example, Lei Jun had been given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon by his mother, Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. She was also the merciless celestial emperor. After he became a celestial emperor, The Heavenly Pool Palace gave him another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had also obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon after passing a test in the Heavenly Pool Palace 100 years ago. In Lei Jun's opinion, giving away a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was not a big deal at all. It was just one less item in his spatial ring. However, for a prodigious disciple like Liu Jian who did not have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a life-saving treasure. For this reason, Liu Jian's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Jun's words. After all, he had no intention of letting Duan Lingtian live. As long as he had the chance, he would kill Duan Lingtian. When he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission, although he did not know how Duan Lingtian had offended Lei Jun's promise was enough to drive him crazy. After all, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. You actually dared to give up your advantage of teleporting and enter the shackles of space to fight me. Liu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the shackles of space were cast by Duan Lingtian, to a certain extent, Liu Jian could ignore the shackles of space. Even so, the shackles' profundity from the law of space still affected the space around them. Moreover, in a space affected by the law of space, the teleportation profundity would be greatly affected. For example, it would take Duan Lingtian 1 to 2 breaths to cast the teleportation profundity to leave the shackles of space. These 2 breaths were more than enough time for Liu Jian to do many things. As expected of my junior and senior brother. Upon hearing Liu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Jian indifferently. Before you, your junior brother, Huang Lunan, also thought he would win when we fought. What happened to him in the end? What? Do you think I'll follow in my junior brother's footsteps? Liu Jian sneered. If my junior brother hadn't been careless and allowed you to gain the upper hand, it wouldn't have been easy for you to defeat my junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan had fought earlier to hone the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, in Liu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's failure to defeat Huang Lunan was more likely because Duan Lingtian was not much stronger than Huang Lunan. You're all talk and no action. Make your move. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As you wish. In just a blink of an eye, Liu Jian transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed before everyone's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. When the golden light neared Duan Lingtian, it transformed into a golden sword ray that seemed indestructible and menacing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. With a sway of his body, a furious space energy swept out. At the same time, 9 space tears appeared around him. The space territory shook as it enveloped the golden sword ray. Within the space territory, the vibrating space energy was like small snakes that charged toward the golden sword ray as though they were not afraid of death. As for the golden sword radiance, it was like a merciless harvest, constantly harvesting the lives of these small snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the space energy in the space territory that looked like small snakes suddenly swelled and turned into large pythons. Just a few pythons were enough to dim the golden sword ray. It should be noted that the golden sword ray was indestructible. The small snakes were not enough to kill it at all. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. However, let's stop here. Liu Jian narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the golden sword ray. Until now, he had only used a small portion of his strength. The reason he had held back so much was because he wanted to use his full strength to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Chapter 3272. In Liu Jian's opinion, if he had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, Duan Lingtian would have admitted defeat before he could even kill Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, he would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if he killed Duan Lingtian, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his innate talent and comprehension ability were the lowest among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In order to uphold the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for them to spare his life. For this reason, Liu Jian did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Duan Lingtian. He had concealed most of his strength so he could kill Duan Lingtian with one strike when he was close to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to be quite strong. Why do I feel like senior brother Liu Jian didn't unleash his full strength? Is this all he's got? Based on the strength he displayed so far, at most, it's comparable to Huang Lunan. He must have concealed his strength. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were spectators could see Liu Jian had intentionally concealed his strength when he fought Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Liu wants to kill Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing Liu Jian's reaction, Huang Lunan, naturally, could guess Liu Jian's intention. A hint of bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. Previously, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. If news of this spread, he would definitely be humiliated. Everyone who saw him or Duan Lingtian would be reminded of today's incident. However, if Duan Lingtian died, he would not have to worry about this at all. Junior brother Lingtian, Liu Jian has concealed most of his strength. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and admit defeat. If others could see this, how could Hong Fei, who had been Liu Jian's old rival for many years, not see this? Because of this, his small eyes narrowed as he anxiously transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden sword light that was being continuously depleted by Duan Lingtian's space energy suddenly surged without any warning. Whoosh! Crash! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the golden sword ray exploded and transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword rays in just a blink of an eye. They filled Duan Lingtian's confinement space. Not only that, but there were even golden light spots that appeared around the confinement space before they exploded. It was the explosive power of the golden sword light that had directly penetrated Duan Lingtian's space law imprisonment profundity. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was engulfed by the golden sword light that filled the sky. It was as if he had been completely submerged by a golden flood, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, sending chills down the spines of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples' spines. After all, there was another person at the center of the storm. This is Liu Jian's strength. I knew Liu Jian had been concealing his strength earlier. Look, this is his true strength. How terrifying. It's too terrifying. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, would be severely injured by this attack if he's caught off guard. Liu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples as they looked at the sea of golden sword lights in the distance. Naturally, the pity in their eyes was directed at Duan Lingtian. If I'm in his shoes, I'll definitely die under such an attack. Huang Lunan's eyes lit up. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die under his senior brother's attack. Liu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was presiding over the battle frowned slightly. He could tell Liu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed his full strength. It was clear Liu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, there was nothing he could do. This was a battle of life and death. This was a battle of life and death. Even if he did not want Duan Lingtian to die for Huan Er's sake, he could not interfere. The only way he could save Duan Lingtian was if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. However, based on the current situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. This was because with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would not be able to hold on for long even if he resisted with all his might. If he admitted defeat, he would be killed the moment he opened his mouth and was distracted. Die. Lei Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. However, when he looked at Huan Er who was standing nearby, he discovered her expression was as calm as ever. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Lingtian being killed by Liu Jian. What's going on? Lei Jun was puzzled. A ridiculous thought even appeared in his mind. Don't tell me she thinks Duan Lingtian will be able to survive Liu Jian's attack. Lei Jun knew that even if it was him, He would not be able to survive Liu Jian's attack before he was 500 years old. Little junior brother, Hong Fei's pupils constricted as he watched the sea of golden sword rays shrink. His chubby face started to tremble violently from anxiety. At the same time, in the storm of golden sword qi, Duan Lingtian's spatial energy was being suppressed by Liu Jian's energy. In the end, Liu Jian's sword qi was on the verge of completely destroying Duan Lingtian's spatial energy before it engulfed Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to hold on for so long under my attack. However, he'll die in 2 breaths at most. In one of the golden sword rays, Liu Jian was staring coldly at Duan Lingtian. In Liu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only able to hold on for so long because of his qi. If Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, Liu Jian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian surrendered. That was what Liu Jian had been dreaming of. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. He had not unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Was he not trying to numb Liu Jian's senses by doing this? Based on Liu Jian's estimation, if he unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space, he might be able to kill Liu Jian, but it would take some effort. Under such circumstances, Liu Jian would have a chance to surrender and beg for mercy. Duan Lingtian did not intend to spare the life of a person who intended to kill him. Profound divine metal, lend me a hand. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 6th form profound divine metal in his little world and asked for help. Although the profound divine metal was in its 6th form, it did not put on airs in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the profound divine metal released a vast energy from the law of metal from Duan Lingtian's little world and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Many thanks. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude to the profound divine metal, he looked at the tens of thousands of sword rays that were closing in on him. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he saw one of the sword rays. And that sword gleam, Liu Jian, was inside. Did he discover me? It was not difficult for Liu Jian to tell Duan Lingtian had discovered him when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he did not mind. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had discovered him, there was nothing he could do to him. Liu Jian's strength had completely suppressed Duan Lingtian's. Die. When the tens of thousands of sword rays were closing in on Duan Lingtian, a sneer appeared on the corner of Liu Jian's lips. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die in the span of a breath. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. This was because he discovered Duan Lingtian's spatial energy had suddenly increased and pushed his attack away. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian has concealed his strength. At this moment, Liu Jian was certain Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength even better than him. Duan Lingtian's true strength was higher than his. Duan Lingtian, you've concealed your strength well. Liu Jian was not in a hurry to admit defeat even though he knew Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian today, and he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would not be by much. As long as he wanted to admit defeat, he could do so at any time. As soon as Liu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slightly, and a golden sword ray instantly flew out of it. It carried an indomitable aura as it charged toward Liu Jian. Liu Jian could not be more familiar with the power of the law of metal contained within the golden sword light. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. How can Duan Lingtian use the law of metal at the same time as the law of space? Furthermore, the power of the metal laws is so strong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No. At this moment, Liu Jian wanted to admit defeat. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he discovered the golden sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's mouth had already reached the space between his eyebrows. You've lived a good life to be able to die under my flying sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Jian indifferently. As soon as he sent a voice transmission to Liu Jian, the golden sword ray pierced through Liu Jian's forehead, killing him instantly. At the moment of Liu Jian's death, all of Liu Jian's attacks also disappeared. Before Liu Jian's attack completely disappeared, The golden sword ray that Duan Lingtian spat out had already disappeared into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd did not think that the sword ray that was filled with the law of metal came from Duan Lingtian. They only thought that it was Liu Jian's doing. Chapter 3273. When the golden sword qi finally dissipated, the disciples from the heavenly pool palace shook their heads. They thought Duan Lingtian had died in Liu Jian's hands. Even Lei Jun and the elder from the sword trial pavilion shared the same thought. Little junior brother, Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. Huan Er was the only one who remained unfazed. Her expression was as calm as ever, and she did not seem flustered at all. After all, no one knew Duan Lingtian better than Huan Er. In Huan Er's opinion, based on Liu Jian's strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for her brother, Ling Tian. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, she was not the slightest bit worried. For this reason, Huan Er was not surprised when the golden sword qi finally dissipated and revealed a purple figure. However, just because Huan Er was not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. Duan Lingtian? How's this possible? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared unscathed. At the same time, Liu Jian's corpse fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the prodigy arena, turning into a pile of minced meat. Liu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Even so, he was killed by a prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300. Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's eyes widened. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to survive Liu Jian's attack. However, not only did Duan Lingtian survive Liu Jian's attack, but he even managed to kill Liu Jian. He found it hard to believe. What's going on? How did senior brother Liu Jian die? Did Duan Lingtian use a celestial talisman to kill senior brother Liu Jian? The prodigy arena doesn't exist. The prodigy arena isn't just a decoration. It's impossible to use a celestial talisman there. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. No one would have thought that Liu Jian would die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. This prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300 had just become a prodigious disciple today. However, as soon as he became a genius disciple, he killed Liu Jian. It was not hard to imagine how this matter would shake the entire heavenly pool palace. After all, in the history of the heavenly pool palace, similar incidents had happened before, but they were rare. The sword trial hall elder was stunned. He thought that Duan Lingtian had died at Liu Jian's hands, but he didn't expect that not only did Duan Lingtian survive, he even killed Liu Jian. How did he do it? At this moment, even the elders of the sword trial pavilion could not help but feel puzzled. They could not understand how Duan Lingtian could kill Liu Jian. Duan Lingtian was more than 300 years younger than Liu Jian. However, even though they were both prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian still managed to kill Liu Jian despite the age gap between them. Liu Jian did not even have the chance to admit defeat. This was enough to show that Duan Lingtian was not as simple as it seemed. This is impossible. How's this possible? Huang Lunan, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian and kicked out of the ranks of the prodigious disciples by Duan Lingtian, thought his senior brother, Liu Jian, would be able to avenge him by killing Duan Lingtian. However, not only did his senior brother fail to avenge him, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Lunan found it hard to believe. He even thought he was dreaming. However, everything around him seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. Little junior brother. Isn't this a little too much? Hong Fei, who thought Duan Lingtian had been killed by Liu Jian, was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian was not killed by Liu Jian. Instead, Liu Jian managed to kill Liu Jian. Ha! Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems like I've underestimated you. Huan Er teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and gently held Duan Lingtian's arm. At the same time, Hong Fei flew toward Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. Liu Jian had been his nemesis for many years. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Naturally, Hong Fei was happy to see Liu Jian killed by his little junior brother. After all, he hated Liu Jian from the bottom of his heart. Lei Jun's eyes turned cold when he saw Huan walking over to Duan Lingtian's side and holding his hand as though they were lovers. With a cold snort, he left. After Lei Jun left, Huang Lunan left as well, since he felt he would only embarrass himself if he continued to stay. However, before he left, he sent a message to Huang Lunan and Liu Jian's teacher about Liu Jian's death. Huang Lunan and Liu Jian's teacher was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace called Longwu. His name was Jiyu Changjiang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Liu Jian's strength is extraordinary, but you still managed to kill him. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, I was lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky? Naturally, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Elder, can I challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Of course. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded. When I return, inform me through his soul pearl that you want to challenge him. I'll inform you once he's decided on a time. He won't be able to refuse the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, you'll be able to climb to the top of your age group. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded at Huan with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Who killed my disciple? His voice was loud and clear like thunder, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person's name. Jiyu Changjiang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Martial Dragon, and people called him the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Jiyu Changjiang came here personally? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Jiyu Changjiang would come here personally for Liu Jian's death. Jiyu Changjiang? Upon hearing the voice, Hong Fei immediately sent a message to Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, without any hesitation. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled celestial emperors were high and mighty. If Jiyu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, had killed Hong Fei's junior brother in a fit of rage, the Heavenly Pool Palace would not kill him. At most, they would punish him. For this reason, Hong Fei did not hesitate to inform Xu Lang, Duan Lingtian's teacher. Swoosh! Jiyu Changjiang was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in a loose green robe. His face was as fair as jade. When his gaze fell on the corpse on the prodigy's arena, his face suddenly darkened. Liu Jian was not the most outstanding disciple under his tutelage. However, Liu Jian was good with words. Therefore, Jiyu Changjiang was very satisfied with his disciple. He was furious when he learned that Liu Jian had been killed. Who's Duan Lingtian? Jiyu Changjiang hovered in the air as he swept his gaze across the crowd before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. Not only was his appearance outstanding, but even Huan, who was holding his hand and wearing a veil, was also eye-catching. You killed my disciple? Jiyu Changjiang asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura surged out of Jiyu Changjiang's body and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. If you're talking about Liu Jian, I had a life-or-death battle with him. Even if he's dead, it can only be attributed to his lack of skill. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Jiyu Changjiang's overbearing aura. It was as though he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was not afraid of Jiyu Changjiang's aura at all. After all, his body had been tempered by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. How could a mere titled celestial emperor's aura affect him? Lord Jiyu Changjiang. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder stepped forward and said to Jiyu Changjiang, The battle between Duan Lingtian and Liu Jian was a life-or-death battle that I presided over. Did I say anything to you? Jiyu Chang Jiang glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently before he raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out of his hand and slammed into the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, sending him flying. Blag. As he was sent flying, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. Without any hesitation, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder tore a communication celestial talisman to notify Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Jiyu Chang Jiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was being unreasonable. He could only wait for the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, who was also a titled celestial emperor like Jiyu Chang Jiang, to arrive. Is Lord Jiyu Chang Jiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, trying to avenge his disciple? I don't think so. Even if it's not difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, I don't think he dares to do so, right? I agree. If he does that, his reputation will be tarnished. At that time, everyone will know he's not a good person. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths when they saw Jiyu Chang Jiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, charging toward them. Chapter 3274. There were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Every titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace was a powerhouse in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Lingtian was Shu Lang's disciple, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie celestial emperor, he was still new to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, Shu Lang might not be afraid of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge his disciple. You're just too weak. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Jiyu Chang Jiang stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. His voice was extremely cold. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're just a new disciple of Shu Lang. Even if I kill you, Shu Lang won't hold it against me. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to be killed by me. The second option is to leave Shu Lang's faction and join my faction. If you join my faction and replace Liu Jian, not only will I not make things difficult for you, but I'll even provide you with better cultivation resources than the ones I gave Liu Jian. Although Shu Chang Jiang's voice was filled with killing intent, it was clear that he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave Shu Lang's faction and join his faction. Upon hearing Jiyu Chang Jiang's words, Duan Lingtian chuckled. What are you laughing at? Jiyu Chang Jiang's expression darkened. If I leave teacher Shu Lang's tutelage and join your tutelage, who would know if you would take advantage of the fact that I haven't joined your tutelage to kill me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, at that time, even Shu Lang won't protect me anymore. It doesn't matter if I choose to be killed by you or join your faction, I'll still die. You're really good at scheming, Duan Lingtian said. I, Jiyu Chang Jiang, said that I won't kill you if you join my faction. I won't. Brat. You tricked me. Jiyu Chang Jiang scoffed. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duan Lingtian was not speaking to him through voice transmission. And he was also led by Duan Lingtian to speak. At the same time, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Jiyu Changjiang in a different light. Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, actually threatened Duan Lingtian with his life after his disciple was killed. Brat, you're courting death. Jiyu Changjiang knew that he would be humiliated in front of the Heavenly Pool Palace if news of this spread. Therefore, he decided to attack Duan Lingtian. Sensing Jiyu Changjiang's killing intent, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Shu Lang Larosha should be arriving soon, right? Just now, when Jiyu Changyang was in the hospital, he sent a message to his current teacher, Shu Lang. Shu Lang also replied to him immediately, saying that he would come over immediately. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished thinking about this, and Jiyu Changjiang was about to make his move, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, a green sword ray tore through the sky and landed near Duan Lingtian before a figure appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's teacher, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Jiyu Changjiang, Do you still intend to disrespect me and attack my disciple? After Shu Lang appeared, he glanced coldly at Jiyu Changjiang and asked coldly. From Shu Lang's cold tone, it wasn't hard to detect Shu Lang's current rage. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of Shu Lang's body. It was as though he was ready to attack at any moment. The two titled celestial emperors were at loggerheads with each other. The eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up when they saw this. Soon after, more and more people began to gather in the prodigy arena. Shu Lang, your disciple didn't even greet me. He's very rude. I only wanted to teach him a lesson so he'll learn to respect his elders. Upon seeing Shu Lang's appearance, Jiyu Changjiang knew he could no longer attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, if he attacked Duan Lingtian now, Shu Lang would most likely attack him before he could even touch Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Shu Lang was much stronger than him. Swoosh. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Jiyu Changjiang, how dare you touch the people of my sword trial palace? Lei Ying said in a deep voice as she glared at Jiyu Changjiang coldly. Pavilion master Lei Ying, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing Lei Ying standing next to Shu Lang and glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Jiyu Changjiang's expression changed immediately. Then, he forced a smile. He was puzzled. Why were the two of them together? If it was just one of them, he would not be afraid even if they were stronger than him. However, when the two of them were together, he could not help but feel afraid. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that an elder from the sword trial pavilion was injured? Lei Ying's gaze turned even colder. When Jiyu Changjiang sensed Lei Ying's anger, Shu Lang sent a voice transmission to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces and show Jiyu Changjiang what he's made of. All right. Lei Ying agreed without hesitation. Soon after, the two of them made their moves at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, toward Jiyu Changjiang. This is, Lord Lei Ying and Lord Shu Lang are going to attack Lord Jiyu Changjiang? Heavens! 3 titled celestial emperors are going to fight. Upon seeing Shu Lang and Lei Ying charging toward Jiyu Changjiang at the same time, their celestial origin energies surged as they merged with their basic laws of profundity. It was not difficult for the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to figure out that Shu Lang and Lei Ying were going to attack Jiyu Changjiang. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. 2 of them were going to attack another person. Moreover, both of them were stronger than the other person. There was no doubt that they would win if they joined forces. What's going on? Aren't they the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor? That's the martial dragon celestial emperor. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were stunned when they saw the 2 titled celestial emperors attacking Jiyu Changjiang. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. It's obvious these 2 titled celestial emperors are going to attack Jiyu Changjiang. I wonder how many moves Jiyu Changjiang will be able to withstand. One of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace chuckled as he spoke to the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace lit up. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder did not expect Shu Lang and Lei Ying to attack Jiyu Changjiang. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, in particular, looked at Lei Ying with a hint of respect in his eyes. Shu Lang, Lei Ying, what are you trying to do? Seeing that Shu Lang and Lei Ying were actually joining hands, Jiyu Changjiang was so frightened that his expression changed. However, the current him was forced into a corner. Even if he did not want to fight the 2 of them, he had no choice but to defend himself. Boom! On Lei Ying's body, waves of rolling energy gushed out like a vast flood. They were like dragons and snakes, majestic and awe-inspiring. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around Lei Ying's energy. At the same time, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang in the air. It was clear Lei Ying had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Lei Ying's attack. It was not difficult for him to notice that Lei Ying had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. What surprised him the most was that although Lei Ying's attack seemed simple and crude, there was a profound mystery to it. The profundities from the law of thunder seemed to be connected in a mysterious way. Under such circumstances, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1. Duan Lingtian discovered this when he saw Lei Ying's attack. Indeed, a titled Celestial Emperor's attack was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude attack, Xu Lang's attack was surrounded by sword rays. He pointed his finger at his opponents, causing the disciples of the heavenly pool palace to shudder involuntarily. Xu Lang had comprehended the law of ice. As soon as he attacked, the sword rays froze everything in its path. Xu Lang. Lei Ying. Don't go too far. Jiyu Chang Jiang's expression was unsightly when he saw two titled celestial emperors attacking him. He hastily defended himself with all his might. Go too far. Xu Lang sneered. A moment later, Xu Lang's attack, which was emitting an icy cold aura, was completely frozen when it came into contact with Jiyu Chang Jiang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu Chang Jiang's attack was shattered, and Xu Lang's icy cold sword light became much dimmer. With just one exchange, Xu Lang's strength had completely overwhelmed Jiyu Chang Jiang's strength. However, Xu Lang's attack was only the first wave of their attack, an appetizer. While Xu Lang did not continue to attack, Lei Ying's attack came. The power of thunder and lightning surged towards Jiyu Changjiang like a flood bursting through a dam. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with purple lightning. Lei Ying's attack was like the wrath of the thunder god. Upon seeing this, Jiyu Changjiang's expression changed drastically. A bright light shone from his body as he quickly circulated his energy to form a powerful barrier around him. At the same time, the silhouette of armor shrouded Jiyu Changjiang. At this moment, Jiyu Changjiang was like a tortoise that had retracted its head, leaving only its shell to fend off the attack. Boom. Rumble. Lei Ying's attack landed on Jiyu Changjiang's defense, causing ripples in the air. After consuming about 50% of her energy, Jiyu Changjiang's defense finally broke. Bang! The remaining energy landed on Jiyu Changjiang's body, sending him flying in a wretched manner. When Jiyu Changjiang finally regained his footing, his body was already riddled with wounds. Although he was not severely injured, he was still severely injured. Bang! Bang! Chapter 3275. Jiyu Changjiang's attack was easily countered by Xu Lang. Following that, Lei Ying's attack broke through Jiyu Changjiang's defense and injured him. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace finally regained their senses, they saw Jiyu Changjiang's battered figure with blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured. He was defeated in just one exchange. Lord Xu Lang and Lord Lei Yin are really strong. It's normal. The martial dragon Celestial Emperor is weaker than the verdant prairie Celestial Emperor and the merciless Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't be a match for either one of them, let alone both of them working together. They must have shown mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill the martial dragon Celestial Emperor if they worked together. Of course, they had to show mercy. After all, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor is a titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's only right for them to stop fighting. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed. Many of them began to talk about Duan Lingtian. Stop fighting. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't stop and killed Liu Jian. That's why the martial dragon Celestial Emperor was so angry. You're new here, right? How do you know? If you hadn't just arrived and watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Liu Jian, you wouldn't think so. After all, Liu Jian was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian killed him. If you were in Duan Lingtian's shoes and someone tried to kill you, would you not kill him? Liu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. Perhaps, he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were looking at Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, differently. As it turned out, Jiyu Changjiang's disciple was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian first. That was how Duan Lingtian killed him. Jiyu Changjiang's disciple, Liu Jian, had brought this upon himself. On the other hand, Jiyu Changjiang had come to stand up for Liu Jian. I didn't expect there to be such a person among the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. How shameless. Didn't you see the verdant prairie immortal emperor and the merciless immortal emperor joining forces? If it weren't for his shamelessness, would the two of them have joined forces? Shameful. It was too embarrassing. If news of this spreads, the entire heavenly pool palace will be humiliated. Of course. At that time, the people from the other heaven-grade forces will say that the titled celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace is a person who doesn't know right from wrong. Although the whispers of the heavenly pool palace's disciples were not loud, with Jiyu Changjiang's hearing, how could he not hear them? All of a sudden, Jiyu Changjiang's face darkened. It was extremely ugly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xu Lang, Lei Ying, Jiyu Changjiang, will remember what happened today. After taking a deep look at Xu Lang and Lei Ying, Jiyu Changjiang left after saying those words. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not vanish into thin air. He was simply too fast for the others to catch sight of him. Upon seeing this, Xu Lang and Lei Ying did not chase after Jiyu Changjiang. After all, they had taught Jiyu Changjiang a lesson. They did not intend to kill him. After all, Jiyu Changjiang was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace. He was one of the pillars of the heavenly pool palace. The incident at the heavenly pool platform spread like wildfire. After this incident, many people realized that Xu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, cared a lot about his new disciple and even attacked him out of anger. As for Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, some people said she only attacked Liu Jian for the sake of her sword trial pavilion elder, while others said she only attacked Liu Jian for the sake of her new disciple. Although her new disciple was not targeted by Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, Lei Ying was close to Xu Lang's new disciple. After the incident at the heavenly pool platform, both Duan Lingtian and Huan Er became famous. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Although he was not even 300 years old, he had defeated a genius disciple between 600 and 700 years old. Although he was at the bottom of the list, it was enough to shock many people. After all, there was a 300-year age gap between them. Little junior brother, your reputation in the heavenly pool palace is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, Hong Fei said. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Liu Jian a month ago, Hong Fei had been visiting Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not cultivating when Hong Fei visited Duan Lingtian. This was because Hong Fei had sent a message to Duan Lingtian before he visited Duan Lingtian. During this month, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate since he did not forget the reason he came to the heavenly pool palace with Huan Er. He wanted to look for Huan Er's parents. However, he did not find anything in the past month. Your reputation is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, but your strength is much weaker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Among the many disciples under his teacher, Xu Lang, his first senior sister and second senior brother were the strongest. As for the others, even the strongest third senior sister, Hu Mai, with the power of the 5 divine elements, he was confident that he could defeat her. You pervert, you actually want to compare yourself with eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Comparisons are odious. Why don't you think about how old you are? Hong Fei said as he shook his head. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet. What's wrong? Hong Fei asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly rising to his feet. Based on his little junior brother's reaction, it was obvious something had happened. I just received a message from the sword trial pavilion. The person who's ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old sent me a letter. He wants me to fight in the prodigious arena in the afternoon. Duan Lingtian replied. In the afternoon? Upon hearing this, Hong Fei looked at the sky. It's almost noon. It seems like we'll be able to make our way there soon. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, I'll let Huana know. 6th senior brother, you can go back first. If you're interested in watching me fight that person in the afternoon, You can go to the prodigious arena. All right. After Hong Fei left, he did not forget to inform Duan Lingtian about the person he was going to challenge. That Fan Qi is the 5 elements divine emperor. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, he's not human. It's said that he's an incarnation of a celestial tree. This was Hong Fei's message. As he spoke, he roughly introduced the information of Duan Lingtian's opponent in the afternoon. Not human. Upon hearing Hong Fei's message, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. However, he was only slightly taken aback. Compared to the fact that Fan Qi was not human, he was more interested in the fact that Fan Qi had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. This was not something an ordinary 200-year-old person could achieve. Huan-Er. For the past month, Huan-Er had not cultivated. She had been sleeping all the time. She had been relying on the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space. However, she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. In this regard, she was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he had long comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Although he could still use the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space, his progress was extremely slow. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, the only thing that mattered was the application of the profundities. Take celestial emperors for example. More than half of them had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. If their cultivation bases were the same, the victor would usually be decided by the use of profundities from the law of space. For example, when Lei Ying and Xu Lang fought a month ago, Duan Lingtian could sense their amazing use of profundities from the law of space. Their use of profundities allowed them to combine their profundities and profundities to unleash a power that surpassed 1 + 1 = 2. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to wake Huan-Er up. Outside the sword trial hall, many people saw the announcement that had just been made. Duan Lingtian would be challenging Fan Qi in the Prodigy Arena in the afternoon. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who Duan Lingtian was. The only ones who did not know were those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. As for Fan Qi, apart from those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who he was. Fan Qi was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was between 200 and 300 years old. He had even defeated a prodigious disciple who was between 700 and 800 years old. Naturally, the latter was only the weakest prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This was obvious when news of Duan Lingtian killing Liu Jian spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace were familiar with him. Duan Lingtian killed a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 600 and 700 years old a month ago. Based on this, we can see how strong he is. If his opponent was someone else in the Prodigy Arena, I'd have confidence in him. However, his opponent this time is Fan Qi, a prodigy like him. 30 years ago, Fan Qi defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. Although his opponent was the weakest prodigious disciple, it doesn't affect his strength. It's hard to say who's stronger between the two of them. I think Duan Lingtian is stronger. Back then, Fan Qi only defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. However, Duan Lingtian killed Liu Jian. Killing and defeating are two completely different things. Not necessarily. Who knows if Duan Lingtian killed Liu Jian because Liu Jian cared about him? Moreover, Fan Qi was able to defeat a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old 20 years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. As the news spread among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples in the Sword Trial Hall, news of Duan Lingtian challenging Fan Qi also spread like wildfire. As the news spread, a large group of people had already gathered at the Prodigy's arena. It was not even noon yet. Chapter 3276. Fan Qi was a five-element celestial lord just like Huang Lunan, whom Duan Lingtian had challenged. However, in terms of strength, Huang Lunan was far from being a match for Fan Qi. Even if Huang Lunan had the courage to challenge Fan Qi, he did not have the courage to do so. Duan Lingtian challenged Fan Qi. Fan Qi is much stronger than senior Liu Jian. Moreover, he's the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group. Who knows, he might have some other trump cards up his sleeve. Duan Lingtian might not be a match for Fan Qi. Whether it was because he wanted to see Duan Lingtian lose to Fan Qi or because he wanted to see Fan Qi's trump cards, Huang Lunan left his cultivation place and went to the prodigy arena. Fortunately, my teacher didn't vent his anger on me when he returned a month ago. Huang Lunan could not help but shudder when he thought about how his teacher had returned a month ago. At that time, he was already prepared to be punished. While Huang Lunan was making his way to the prodigy arena, many people were making their way to the prodigy arena as well. Many of them were prodigious disciples. A month ago, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan was not enough to attract the attention of the prodigious disciples. After all, Huang Lunan was ranked at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old age group. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not even a prodigious disciple at that time. Even when Huana challenged the second last prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, it did not attract much attention. However, when Huana defeated the second prodigious disciple in a single move, many people were shocked. From then on, not only did the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace learn that the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Shu Lang, but they also learned that the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying, had recruited a new disciple, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Huan seemed to be a perfect couple. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, many titled celestial emperors, including the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had recruited prodigious disciples. For example, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, had 7 prodigious disciples under him. The merciless immortal emperor, Lei Ying, also had 5 disciples under her. The martial dragon celestial emperor, Jiyu Changjiang, originally had 6 prodigious disciples under him. However, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian, and the other one was stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple by Duan Lingtian. As a result, Jiyu Changjiang was left with 4 prodigious disciples. 5th junior brother is really useless. He was actually killed by a brat who is not even 300 years old. Any one of the 4 prodigious disciples under Jiyu Changjiang was stronger than Liu Jian. In fact, 2 of them were even younger than Liu Jian. One was over 500 years old, while the other was over 600 years old. Now, the one who spoke was a genius disciple under Jiyu Changjiang, who was in the same age group as Liu Jian. He was dozens of years younger than Liu Jian. However, his strength was ranked 3rd among Jiyu Changjiang's 6 disciples. Even Liu Jian had to respectfully address him as 3rd senior brother. Liu Jian's 3rd senior brother had the appearance of a thin young man. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He was none other than Jiyu Changjiang's 3rd disciple, Yu Yu. Yu Yu was ranked 3rd among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 600 and 700 years old. His strength was not something Liu Jian, who was ranked last among the prodigious disciples in the same age group, could compare to. 3rd senior brother, 5th junior brother must have been careless. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he's no match for Duan Lingtian, the verdant prairie celestial emperor's disciple, he wouldn't have been killed. At this moment, apart from Huang Lunan, the martial dragon celestial emperor, Jiyu Changjiang, 2 other disciples were accompanying him to the prodigy arena. They were none other than Yu Yu and Yuan Gang, the martial dragon celestial emperor's 4th disciple. Yuan Gang, who was over 500 years old, was ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 500 and 600 years old. Although he was younger than Liu Jian, he was much stronger than Liu Jian. The disciples under Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, were also ranked according to their strength. It was similar to the disciples under Lei Ying celestial emperor. Among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Xu Lang's disciples were ranked according to the order of their disciples' strength. Under such circumstances, very few people knew who was stronger and who was weaker among Xu Lang's disciples. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left their cultivation area and made their way to the prodigy arena, they saw Hong Fei, their sixth senior brother, waiting for them. Hong Fei was not alone. There were two other people standing next to Hong Fei. They were third senior sister, Hu Mai, and fourth senior sister, Wen Wan Er. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the two women before he finally looked at Hong Fei and called out, "Sixth senior brother. Little junior brother, you're being unfair. Why did you call me last?" Hong Fei shouted, "Are you looking down on me, your sixth senior brother? Fatty, you're ranked last among the three of us. Who else should I call you last? Why don't you spar with me and your fourth senior sister? If you can defeat either of us, I'll call you senior brother." Hu Mai was as straightforward as ever. As soon as she spoke, Hong Fei immediately lost his temper. Initially, after Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, he thought there was finally someone who was weaker than him. However, after Duan Lingtian killed Liu Jian a month ago, he realized that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Even his little junior brother was stronger than him. Currently, he was still the weakest disciple under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If it were not for the fact that Xu Lang's disciples were not ranked according to their strength, he would have been Xu Lang's little junior brother. Sixth junior brother, you have to work harder. Now that your little junior brother is stronger than you, if you don't work hard, you'll be kicked out of the prodigious disciples soon. When Wan said with a faint smile, "Fourth senior sister, you're bullying me with third senior sister?" Hong Fei said with a bitter expression on his face. "Sister Huan Er, congratulations on joining the ranks of the prodigious disciples." When Wan smiled at Huan Er. For a time, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel respect for his second senior brother whom he had only met once. Fourth senior sister tried to persuade second senior brother several times, but he wouldn't listen and continued to beat Han Yunjin up. Second senior brother said he's the boss since eldest senior sister is here. It's his duty to stand up for his junior brothers and sisters. In the end, fourth senior sister threatened to kill herself before second senior brother finally gave up. Hong Fei's voice transmission stopped at this point. "What? Hu Mai, do you want to spar with me?" Han Yunjin looked at Hu Mai and sneered. "Do you think you're a match for me? If you really want to spar with me, I don't mind. However, I'm worried you'll be beaten up by second senior brother again. If you hurt me, my second senior brother would have a good reason to hurt you. As long as he doesn't kill you or cripple you, even the Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him," Hu Mai said with a bright smile. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, if a titled Celestial Emperor's disciple was injured in a duel, the other disciples of that titled Celestial Emperor would have a reason to avenge him. Back then, Xu Lang's fourth disciple, Wen Wan had only been hurt by Han Yunjin. If Xu Lang's second disciple, Lu Ji, had attacked Han Yunjin, it would not be considered a violation of the Heavenly Pool Palace's rules. "Do you think I'm afraid of Lu Ji?" Han Yunjin's expression changed when he heard Hu Mai's words. He stared at Hu Mai coldly. "If you're not afraid, you can attack me." Hu Mai's smile widened. "Me?" Han Yunjin scoffed as though he did not hear Hu Mai's words. He said indifferently, "I'm here for my fifth junior brother. I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you. I think you're just afraid." Hu Mai sneered. "Who's Duan Lingtian? You're really bold to challenge my fourth junior brother." Han Yunjin looked at the group of people in front of him before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. "You're Duan Lingtian? Fan Qi is your fourth junior brother?" Duan Lingtian stepped forward and looked at Han Yunjin coldly. Then, he said with a grin, "Tell him to be careful. I don't hold back when I make a move." Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder as he spoke. Although he hadn't spent much time with Xu Lang's other senior martial brothers and sisters, the atmosphere among them made him feel like he was at home. How could he show mercy to those who had bullied his family? "When did Fan Qi become your fourth junior brother?" Hu Mai frowned. Clearly, She had just learned that Fan Chi had become Han Yun Jin's fifth junior brother and the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. It's only natural that you don't know about what happened 2 months ago. Han Yun Jin smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sneer, "Brat, the prodigious disciples can choose between a battle to the death or a battle to the death. My fourth junior brother is going to challenge you to a battle to the death. You won't be afraid to accept the challenge, right? A battle to the death." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid he won't have the guts to accept the challenge. If he does, I, Duan Lingtian, will accept the challenge." "Good, very good." Han Yun Jin's smile widened. "I hope you don't die in his hands. Otherwise, the beauty by your side will have to be replaced by another man." A hint of greed could be seen in Han Yun Jin's eyes as he looked at Huan Er. Although Huan Er was wearing a veil, her peerless beauty was not something the veil could hide. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people present and he did not care about the big picture, he would have already used all his means to kill Han Yun Jin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, even if he did not kill Han Yun Jin now, Han Yun Jin was already a dead man in his eyes. Chapter 3277. Junior Sister Wan Er. Just as Hu Mai was mocking Hong Fei, a magnetic voice resonated from afar. After a few moments, a young man in blue robes stepped into the air and arrived at Duan Lingtian and the others. Another young man stood behind the blue-clad young man. The blue-clad young man was handsome and had a haughty expression on his face. It was as though he was looking down on everyone. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his fourth senior sister Wen Wan was familiar with the other party. However, when the other party took the initiative to greet her, he noticed his fourth senior sister Wen Wan merely nodded her head at the other party. "Wen Wan, senior brother Qin is talking to you. Didn't you hear him?" When the young man behind the blue-clothed young man saw that Wen Wan was ignoring the blue-clothed young man, he couldn't help but frown and speak in a deep voice. Before Wen Wan could reply, Hu Mai sneered at the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man. "Since when did the second disciple of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor become someone's lackey? You're a disgrace to us prodigious disciples." The sneer on Hu Mai's face deepened as she spoke. "Hu Mai, you're seeking death." Upon hearing Hu Mai's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "What? Xiao Chongyi, do you still want to make a move on me?" Hu Mai sneered. "Then I want to see if you, Xiao Chongyi, have made any progress recently. If I'm not mistaken, you lost the last time you challenged me, right? How dare a loser like you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Hu Mai's sneer turned into a sneer when she finished speaking. The young man's expression darkened further. "Hu Mai, that's enough." At this moment, the blue-clothed young man spoke. His tone carried an unquestionable tone, and it carried a slight trace of threat. "Han Yun Jin, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to appear in front of Wan." Although the blue-clad young man did not look like someone to be trifled with, Hu Mai did not hold back and retorted, "Little junior brother." While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei's voice transmission resonated in his ears. "The one at the back is Xiao Chongyi, the second disciple of the Misty Wave Immortal Emperor." Duan Lingtian had heard of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was on par with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Xiao Chongyi is the same as third senior sister. Both of them are prodigious disciples between 800 and 900 years old. Third senior sister is ranked second in this age group. And this Xiao Chongyi is ranked third. Hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. Third senior sister Hu Mai was ranked second among the 10 Heaven's chosen disciples in the 800 to 900 years old age range. At this moment, he couldn't help but take another look at Hu Mai. He didn't expect that this seemingly carefree and energetic third senior sister was actually such a powerful genius disciple. This Xiao Chongyi challenged third senior sister several times. Without exception, he was defeated by third senior sister every time. At this point, Hong Fei paused for a moment before continuing, "That's right. As for the blue-clad young man in front of Xiao Chongyi, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as second senior brother." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yunjin in surprise. He did not expect Han Yunjin to be a prodigious disciple on par with his second senior brother. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000 were considered prodigious disciples. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace represented the 5 strongest people below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name is Han Yunjin. He's the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher, Hong Fei said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Hong Fei's words. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had heard a lot about this in the past. 6th senior brother, why do I feel like 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister dislike Han Yunjin? Duan Lingtian asked curiously through voice transmission. Although he was an outsider, he could feel who Mai and Wen Wn's disgust toward Han Yunjin. It's not just 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister. Even 5th senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and I dislike him. You don't dislike him because you don't know about the things he's done to you. Hong Fei's tone was slightly louder when he said this. Han Yunjin is a bastard. Although it seemed like he was devoted to 4th senior sister, he was actually flirting with other female disciples behind her back. Moreover, he would often spend the night at the female disciples' cultivation places. Fortunately, 2nd senior brother discovered this before he married 4th senior sister. Otherwise, 4th senior sister's heart would have been deceived when she married him. However, even if she didn't give her body to Han Yunjin, her heart was still deceived by him. You don't know this, but it took 4th senior sister 100 years to get over that relationship. 4th senior sister only liked one man in her life, and yet, she was deceived by him. You can imagine how she felt. Naturally, 4th senior sister no longer has feelings for him. She only hates him. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Yunjin. His 4th senior sister, Wen was as gentle as jade. He had a good impression of her the first time they met. How could Han Yunjin hurt such a gentle and graceful woman? It was no wonder Xu Lang's disciples did not like him. It would be strange if they liked him. 2nd senior brother once challenged Han Yunjin to a fight because of 4th senior sister. However, Han Yunjin did not accept the challenge since he knew he was no match for 2nd senior brother. However, even so, 2nd senior brother still went to find him and forced him to take action, seriously injuring him several times. Naturally, each time, 2nd senior brother was punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although Hong Fei's words were simple, he could sense the anger in Hong Fei's heart. However, Duan Lingtian could sense the 2nd senior brother's anger. Moreover, even though he knew he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace, he still stood up for his 4th senior sister. From this, one could see how protective his 2nd senior brother was. Chapter 3278. After all, she had long become Duan Lingtian's exclusive property. When Han Yunjin's words reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he was thoroughly enraged. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Han Yunjin to death. I'm afraid your 4th junior brother will die in my hands. Duan Lingtian sneered. Is that so? Han Yunjin's smile did not change. It seems like killing Liu Jian has boosted your confidence. However, my 4th junior brother's strength is not something Liu Jian can compare to. If he dares to challenge me to a life-or-death battle, he'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Elder Qin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a loud voice resounded in the surroundings of the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a thin figure appeared on the Prodigy Arena and looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder who was in charge of today's battle. Today, I, Fan Qi, accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a life-or-death battle. No one is allowed to admit defeat. It's a battle to the death. A thin and ordinary-looking young man with a cold aura stood on the prodigy arena as he spoke to the sword trial pavilion elder. Based on his words, it was obvious he was Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was the strongest among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples, Fan Qi. His Fan Qi? He's going to challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? There are two types of life and death battles. One is the type where one can admit defeat, and the other is the type where one can't admit defeat and one must fight to the death to determine the victor. What enmity does this Fan Qi have with Duan Lingtian to the point that he actually wants to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian? Fan Qi's words shocked the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Many of them thought Fan Qi had a deep grudge against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? In the Heavenly Pool Palace, people like Duan Lingtian did not have the right to challenge others to a life-or-death battle. They only had the right to refuse. As for Fan Qi, the person who was being challenged, he could request for a battle. For example, a battle to the death, or a battle to the death, even a battle to the death could be initiated. If Duan Lingtian did not have the courage to accept the challenge, he could choose to admit defeat. However, if Duan Lingtian agreed to the life-or-death battle, no one would be able to help Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's death battle with Fan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's death battle shocked many people. Duan Lingtian, the sword trial pavilion elder, Duan duel, Fan, Duan Lingtian. Even the sword trial pavilion's elder was shocked by Fan Qi's words. He instinctively asked for confirmation. Duan Lingtian had to be careful. If he made a mistake, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Yes. Fan Qi replied. Then, he continued to say in a clear voice, "Now, all of you can bear witness to this." An uproar broke out among the crowd when they heard Fan Qi's words. Earlier, Fan Qi's words could be said to be a casual remark from him. However, now that the sword trial pavilion's elder had questioned Fan Qi about this matter, it was clear that Fan Qi had agreed to it. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're not only good at talking. Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he left with Xiao Chongyi. Before he left, he looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt, disdain, and mockery. It was as though he was trying to provoke Duan Lingtian. How could Duan Lingtian not see through Han Yunjin's intentions? However, so what? Could it be that he, Duan Lingtian, was afraid of Fan Qi? Little junior brother, don't agree to it. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said in a deep voice. He knew Han Yunjin was one of the 5 great prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since he was so confident in Fan Qi, it meant he was confident Fan Qi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Fourth senior sister, Wen Wn looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on her face. She was the one who understood Han Yunjin the best among everyone present. After all, she had given her heart to Han Yunjin back then. Even her body was only one step away. For this reason, he knew Han Yunjin was a meticulous person who would not do anything he was not confident in. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mai, Duan Lingtian's third senior sister, who was as angry as a tigress earlier, had a solemn expression on her face when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although she did not like Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, Fan Qi had challenged Duan Lingtian to a battle to the death. It was obvious Fan Qi intended to kill Duan Lingtian openly. Ever since the incident with her fourth junior sister, the disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had become enemies. As for the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill their little junior brother, it was obvious he did not want to see another outstanding prodigious disciple in their faction. Based on Duan Lingtian's current talent, he would not be inferior to their second senior brother in the future. In fact, he might even surpass their faction in the great world. After all, Han Yunjin could not allow Duan Lingtian to grow and become a threat to him in the future. Duan Lingtian, what do you think? At the same time, the sword trial pavilion elder's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Naturally, you can choose to refuse. However, if you refuse, it'll be equivalent to admitting defeat. If you agree, you'll have to fight Fan Chi to the death to end the battle. After the elder finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since Fan Chi dares to challenge you to a battle to the death, it means he's confident in winning. I'm sure he has a trump card up his sleeves. I advise you to refuse. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion advised. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder as he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the death arena where Fan Chi had died. Duan Lingtian and Fan Chi stood facing each other. Although Duan Lingtian did not respond to the elder from the beginning until the end, his actions were a response to the elder's words. He, Duan Lingtian, had accepted the challenge. I thought you're too afraid to accept the challenge. Fan Chi had a thin figure and a cold expression on his face. When he saw Duan Lingtian had teleported in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin. Why would I not accept the challenge? Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had heard from Hong Fei that his second senior brother, Lu Ji, had challenged Han Yunjin to a battle to the death. Moreover, they had challenged each other several times. However, each time, Han Yunjin had rejected the challenge. However, I didn't expect there would be someone like you who would dare to challenge me to a battle to the death. I thought all of you were a bunch of cowards like your eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin. Duan Lingtian's smile widened when he reached the end of his sentence. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face. This brat has a death wish. Han Yunjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had a cruel smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. When he sensed the mocking gazes on him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Chi. Fourth junior brother, kill him as fast as you can. I don't want to see him alive for even a second longer. Han Yunjin's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. He's definitely going to die, Fan Chi replied confidently through voice transmission. It was as though he could already see himself winning. Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at Fan Chi with a carefree and fearless expression. Even if Fan Chi was the manifestation of the celestial tree and possessed extraordinary innate talent and comprehension ability, so what? After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old yet. If he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, how was he supposed to continue living in the future? How was he supposed to break into the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family and friends? Duan Lingtian, I'll give you 10 breaths to make your final arrangements. After 10 breaths, I'll make my move. Fan Chi said indifferently, if I make my move, I'll take your life within 20 breaths. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples when they saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. Duan Lingtian accepted the challenge? It seems like he's very confident in himself. Confident? So what? Is Fan Chi not confident in himself as well? If Fan Chi isn't confident, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian? A battle to the death between two prodigious disciples. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? In the past, Lu Ji, the second disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Shu Lang, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, to a battle to the death. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the onlookers were in an uproar, Shu Lang's 3 disciples could only smile wryly on their faces. Why didn't little junior brother listen to us? Hong Fei asked angrily. At this moment, when Wan instinctively glanced at Huan Huan's expression was calm. It was as though she did not care about Duan Lingtian's challenge at all. Sister Huan, aren't you worried? When Wan asked curiously. At this moment, Humai looked at Huan with a strange expression on her face. After all, her junior brother's confidant should be worried when she saw her junior brother in a life-or-death situation. However, Huan did not seem worried at all. Why should I be worried? When Wan, Humai, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by Huan Er's response. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3279. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under the gazes of everyone present, Fan Qi's figure flashed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that vanished into the sky. He moved with the wind as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not even catch Fan Qi's movements since his speed was too fast. However, at this moment, many people with higher cultivation bases discovered something. Fan Qi has broken through and become a 6 combos Celestial Lord. A 6 combos Celestial Lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. Is Fan Qi really less than 300 years old? His innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even if plants take human form, it's rare for them to have such strength, right? More and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Fan Qi with a pitiful expression on their faces when they discovered his cultivation base. Based on Fan Qi's current strength, he could easily defeat Liu Jian, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian a month ago. It was highly likely that Liu Jian had been careless when Duan Lingtian killed Liu Jian. With Fan Qi's current strength, even if Liu Jian was careless, Fan Qi would still be able to kill Liu Jian before Liu Jian admitted defeat. Now that Fan Qi's cultivation base had reached the level of a 6 combo Celestial Lord, his strength had increased by a level as well. Fan Qi has broken through? Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Fan Qi, who was ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old, had become a 6 combo Celestial Lord instead of a 5-element Celestial Lord. Whether it was Hu Mai or Wen Wn Er's expression, both of them became solemn at this moment. Their hearts were also suspended in their throats. Huan Er, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. Duan Lingtian, you'll die today, Han Yun Jin sneered. At the same time, Huang Lunan, the disciple of the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Jiyu Changjiang, and Lei Jun, the disciple of the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, were also sneering. They wished for nothing more than for Fan Qi to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. That's all you got? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. At the same time, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, waves of rolling spatial power raged on his body. For the first time, Duan Lingtian displayed all 7 of his space law profundities at the major completion stage, except for the instant movement profundity. Wang, 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 Wang. 9-dimensional decapitators shot out of the spatial rifts like ghosts. Combined with the various profound truths of the law of space at major completion, they swept across the area. Imprisonment. The entire space around Fan Qi had been sealed by Duan Lingtian. Humph. Fan Qi snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body. Wang, 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 Wang. The wind was as sharp as a blade as it tore through the void, trying to cut through Duan Lingtian's space shackles. However, before the wind could even get close to the space shackles, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the other profundities from the law of space and blocked Fan Qi's attack. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage easily overpowered Fan Qi's attack. Boom, 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 boom. The waves of raging and sharp wind were quickly crushed by the waves of restless spatial energy, suppressing it in all directions. The 9-dimensional decapitators seemed to be invincible. No matter how strong Fan Qi's attack was, it could easily destroy it. How powerful. Duan Lingtian has completely suppressed Fan Qi. Am I seeing things? Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian's other profundities from the law of space have all been comprehended to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space isn't inferior to Fan Qi's comprehension of the law of wind. Moreover, the profundities that Duan Lingtian has comprehended to the mastery stage are all offensive profundities. On the other hand, Fan Chi has yet to comprehend an offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It's useless even if Fan Chi has comprehended that profundity. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. The teleportation profundity doesn't have much of an effect on offensive profundity. It's easy for Duan Lingtian to suppress Fan Chi. That's right. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws that's famous for being difficult to comprehend. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Who knows, he might have comprehended it to the mastery stage as well. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to possess such strength. It seems like Liu Jian's death a month ago wasn't a fluke. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, if Liu Jian hadn't been prepared and admitted defeat in time, it would have been difficult for him to escape alive. The power of the law of space is too domineering. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. His strength has already completely crushed Fan Chi. Looks like Fan Chi is going to fail miserably at an easy task today. That's not necessarily the case. Fan Chi hasn't used his celestial tree's true form yet. Beings like him usually have other trump cards up their sleeves. Otherwise, why would he recklessly engage in a deathmatch with Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian's strength is shocking, I'm sure Fan Chi has long been prepared for this. While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples discussed among themselves, Hu Mai, Wen and Hong Fei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Little junior brother is so strong. No wonder Liu Jian died in his hands. Hong Fei and the other 2 were shocked. However, although Duan Lingtian was crushing Fan Chi with all his might, they still could not relax. After all, Fan Chi was not human. He was a celestial tree in human form. Therefore, they were certain Duan Lingtian's true form had other powerful techniques. What a surprise! Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If this Duan Lingtian grows stronger, he'll become another Lu Ji. We can't let him grow stronger. Although he's strong now, it won't be difficult for 4th junior brother to kill him if he reverts to his true form. Han Yunjin was very confident in Fan Chi. At the same time, Huang Lunan and Lei Jun's expressions were unsightly. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. However, despite Duan Lingtian's strength, they still placed their hopes on Fan Chi. They were confident Fan Chi would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he relied on his true form. I didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was in charge of presiding over the deathmatch could not help but sigh. He was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, he realized Liu Jian's death a month ago was not an accident. Duan Lingtian. Fan Chi cried out in a deep voice. Faced with Duan Lingtian's endless attacks, he had been suppressed by Duan Lingtian all this while. Your strength is truly shocking. However, it's time for all of this to end. As soon as Fan Chi finished speaking, the eyes of the spectators, from the prodigious disciples and the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders to the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, lit up immediately. They knew Fan Chi was going to use his true strength. In the past, we only knew Fan Chi was a transformed celestial tree. However, we don't know what kind of celestial tree he is. If it's an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid Fan Chi won't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Based on Fan Chi's confidence, do you think his true form is an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were still speculating, Fan Chi, who was at the center of Duan Lingtian's attacks, began to emit green energy from his body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Chi disappeared and was replaced by a constantly growing tree. In the beginning, the tree was only as tall as Fan Chi. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew taller and taller until it reached the heavens. Not only that, but it had also shackled Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles as it transformed into a towering tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At first glance, this tree looked like a thick and solid pine tree. However, its branches and leaves were exactly the same as those of a willow tree. Is this the pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not comparable to a divine beast, it's not far from it. It's said that each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains immense strength. When multiple branches are thrown out at the same time, their strength will resonate. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. It's obvious that Fan Chi managed to break Duan Lingtian's space shackles as soon as he transformed into his true form. This is something he hasn't done before. I didn't expect Fan Chi's true form to be a top-tier celestial tree like the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian is in danger. With this true form, Fan Chi's strength is not inferior to his two primary offensive profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Even if Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space, he won't be able to withstand such strength. Duan Lingtian is only a human. How can he fight the pine willow divine tree? When Fan Chi transformed into his true form, an uproar broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. After all, most of them recognized Fan Chi's true form. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the willow branches on the pine willow divine tree lashed out like whips and formed a cage around Duan Lingtian, trapping him within. The pine willow divine tree stood there with its countless branches that looked like tentacles. It seemed to be able to turn the tables and control the situation. Chapter 3280. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're very strong. To be able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space at such a young age, I have to admit that you're a peerless genius among humans. A distorted face suddenly appeared on the side of the pine willow divine tree. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was Fan Chi's face. At this moment, Fan Chi was speaking in his true form as he said to Duan Lingtian, however, you're destined to die in my hands today. My true form is the pine willow divine tree. With my true form's strength and the profundities from the law of wind that I've comprehended, there are only a handful of prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are below the Celestial Emperor realm. As for those prodigious disciples below the Celestial Emperor realm, none of them will be able to stop me. Fan Chi spoke in his true form. His voice was loud like a bell, and his tone was filled with confidence. It was as though he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Fan Chi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lunan's eyes glowed brightly. He could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by Fan Chi. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Fan Chi's true form. Earlier, when Fan Chi was at a disadvantage against Duan Lingtian, Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat. However, now that Fan Chi had transformed into the pine willow divine tree, he was certain Fan Chi would win. After all, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Fan Chi who had transformed into the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian will definitely die, Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure in the distance. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. The pine willow divine tree? Not far from her, Hong Fei, Hu Mai, and Wen Wn's expressions changed drastically. Although they knew Fan Chi was a transformed celestial tree, they did not know what kind of celestial tree he was. However, when they saw Fan Chi's true form, the pine willow divine tree, they realized Fan Chi was a tree spirit that was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. After such an existence transformed into its true form, its strength was not inferior to a peak immortal beast that had transformed into its human form. Fan Chi is actually a transformed pine willow divine tree. No wonder he's so confident. Hong Fei's chubby face trembled as he said bitterly, "Send a message to teacher to see if he can end this battle." Although Hu Mai and Wen Wan's true form, Hu Mai and Wen Wan, they still could not help but send a message to Xu Lang to inform him of the battle. They to inform Xu Lang's to inform him of the current situation. Of the two celestial sect, Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian divine tree. Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan to Duan Tian to Avan. Was Duan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Lang left the place where he had been cultivating. It didn't take long for him to appear in the vicinity of the Heaven's Proud Sun Arena, beside Humai and the others. Teacher, you came at the right time. Hurry and stop this battle. If this battle continues, junior brother will most likely die. Hong Fei said as soon as Xu Lang appeared. With little junior brother's innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace in the future. It's not worth it for him to die here. Hong Fei said. A battle to the death. However, when he found out that Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi had agreed to a battle of life and death, Xu Lang could not help but frown slightly. Even if he was a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, he was not allowed to interfere in the battle. Xu Lang is here. As soon as Xu Lang appeared, Han Yunjin noticed him and immediately sent a message to him. Naturally, he did not send the message to his teacher, the profound heaven celestial emperor. His teacher was not in the heavenly pool palace recently. Instead, he sent the message to Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor. Jiyu Changjiang was his teacher's junior brother, and he addressed Jiyu Changjiang as junior uncle. Tell your teacher to come as well. Tell him I asked him to come. Xu Lang said to Xiao Chongyi after informing Jiyu Changjiang. Xiao Chongyi did not hesitate to send a message to his teacher. Soon after, Jiyu Changjiang and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor arrived as well. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in a black robe. He had an ordinary appearance and was one of those who would not stand out in a crowd. Xu Lang, since it's a battle of life and death, it's only natural that no one is allowed to interfere. Don't tell me you're here to stop the battle. Jiyu Changjiang's eyes immediately fell on Xu Lang as he said in a clear voice. His loud voice attracted the attention of many people. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Xu Lang, is here to stop the life or death battle? I think he's here to save Duan Lingtian. I agree. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Fan Qi, who was fighting Duan Lingtian after glancing at Xu Lang. In their opinion, since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were here, it was impossible for the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor to stop the battle. Xu Lang, this disciple of yours is not bad. Unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Jiyu Changjiang said meaningfully as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting with Fan Qi's true body. Then, he looked at Xu Lang meaningfully. Xu Lang, you're really lucky to be able to recruit such a disciple. Unfortunately, he won't live long. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor smiled faintly as he looked at Xu Lang. He was not close to Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. On the contrary, he was close to the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had come today because of Profound Heaven's former emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially rushed over. Humph. Xu Lang's expression turned unsightly when he saw the two titled celestial emperors trying to stop him. With Jiyu Changjiang and Hong Fei here, it was impossible for him to stop the battle even if he wanted to. Why did these two fellows come here at this time? Hong Fei asked with an unsightly expression on his face. It's obvious that this is Han Yunjin's doing. He can't wait to see little junior brother killed by Fan Qi. Humai said in a deep voice. Brother Ling Tian. Huana looked at Ling Tian. She looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was dodging Fan Qi's attacks. Duan Ling Tian cut a sorry figure. She discovered that up until now, Ling Tian had not used the power of the 5 divine elements. Nevertheless, she could understand why Duan Lingtian was acting this way. After all, Huana knew Lingtian could not reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise, he would be killed. Duan Lingtian, do you only know how to run? After a few dozen breaths, Fan Qi managed to trap Duan Lingtian in a confined space. However, none of his attacks landed on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered as he continued to dodge Fan Qi's attacks using the teleportation profundity. Gradually, Fan Qi lost his patience and cried out. All right. Upon hearing Fan Qi's words, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and said indifferently, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fulfill my wish. I'd like to see how you're going to fulfill my wish. Fan Qi sneered. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he teleported again and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing next to a thick tree branch next to Fan Chi. He placed his hand on the branch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Duan Ling Tian approached Fan Chi's main body, Fan Chi's attack, the willow branches, tore through the air like whips and swept toward Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the slightest intention of dodging Fan Chi's fierce attack. A power that was filled with life swept out from the miniature world within his body. When the power came into contact with Fan Chi's body, it devoured the power within Fan Chi's body to its heart's content like a greedy beast that devoured everything in his body. The pine willow divine tree? It's comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he thought to himself, Fan Chi probably didn't expect there's a divine tree of life in my little world, right? The divine tree of life is the king of all trees in this world. A mere pine willow divine tree doesn't deserve to be called a divine tree. At this moment, the energy from the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world transformed into a terrifying devouring force that sucked all the nutrients out of Fan Chi's body. Boom, 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 boom. After the nutrients in the pine willow divine tree were sucked dry, its strength was greatly reduced. Fan Chi's attack on Duan Lingtian fell from the sky and landed on the prodigy arena, causing cracks to appear on the prodigy arena. The cracks intertwined with each other. At first glance, it looked like a spider web. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Fan Chi had unknowingly returned to his human form. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the energy from Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be his nemesis. It had sucked all the nutrients out of his body in just a blink of an eye. The nutrients in his body were like his blood essence that had been sucked dry. Half of his life had been taken away as well. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to use his celestial origin energy. What's that thing? Fan Chi asked unwillingly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian teleported behind Fan Chi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Chi. The divine tree of life. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Fan Chi's pupils constricted rapidly, and his face was filled with shock and horror. No wonder. Chapter 3281. Almost at the same time when Fan Chinan's face was filled with shock and horror as he muttered in a low voice, Duan Lingtian who appeared behind him made his move. Bang! Without any fancy technique, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Chi's body. It seemed simple, but Fan Chi was unable to dodge it. It was not that Fan Chi did not want to dodge, but it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. As soon as Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Chi's body, the tyrannical spatial energy tore Fan Chi apart. In just a blink of an eye, Fan Chi was reduced to a bloody mist that fell to the ground. Eldest senior brother, Duan Lingtian is alive. Before Fan Chi died, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's eldest disciple. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye on the prodigy arena. It happened so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses, only a purple figure was left standing on the prodigy's arena. He was as majestic as a celestial being. Fan Chi is dead. Heavens! Fan Chi is a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, his true form is a pine willow divine tree. How could he be killed by Duan Lingtian? Based on Fan Chi's strength, apart from the top 5 prodigious disciples, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the heavenly pool palace who's a match for him. Is Duan Lingtian really that strong? The scene earlier was slightly strange. I wonder what technique Duan Lingtian used on Fan Chi that actually caused him to revert back to his human form in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian must have used some mysterious technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill Fan Chi in such a strange manner. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were in an uproar. None of them had expected the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi to end in such a manner. In the beginning, the two of them had prepared for a death duel. When Fan Qi revealed his cultivation base as a 6-combo celestial lord, everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for him. Then, Duan Lingtian displayed his powerful law of space and suppressed Fan Qi, making everyone feel that Duan Lingtian had a high chance of winning. Of course, at that time, there were also some people who felt that Fan Qi was holding back. After that, Fan Qi transformed into his true form, and the pine willow divine tree appeared before everyone's eyes. This allowed everyone to understand the source of Fan Qi's confidence. Just when everyone thought that Fan Qi, who had transformed into the true form of the pine willow divine tree, could easily kill Duan Lingtian, an inconceivable scene appeared. Duan Lingtian had only casually touched the pine willow divine tree's body. Then, as if it had met its nemesis, the pine willow divine tree instantly transformed into Fan Qi's human form. Then, Duan Lingtian teleported to Fan Qi's side and killed Fan Qi with a palm strike. Little junior brother, killed Fan Qi? After Hong Fei came back to his senses, his eyes, which had been squeezed very small by his fat face, suddenly narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After all, he had broken out in cold sweat for his little junior brother earlier. If his little junior brother had died, he would definitely blame himself. Previously, Hong Fei's little junior brother had a conflict with Liu Jian mainly because of him. Otherwise, Hong Fei would not have been able to kill Liu Jian and obtain the opportunity to challenge Fan Qi today. Little junior brother is so powerful. Humai was shocked. Although she had thought Hong Fei's little junior brother was quite strong, she was even more shocked when she saw Hong Fei killing Fan Qi, who had transformed into his true form. After all, even she was not confident that she would be able to defeat Fan Qi in his true form. It was more likely that they would end up in a draw. Little junior brother, even when Wn who had always been gentle and quiet, revealed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face at this moment. Only Xu Lang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was lost in thought. Just now, the method that Duan Lingtian used to force Fan Qi to return to his human form was something that even he couldn't see through. However, he discovered that as Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the trunk of the pine willow divine tree, Fan Qi's aura seemed to wither in an instant. Then, he returned to his human form. Furthermore, Fan Qi, who had returned to his human form, was in a very weak state. At that time, even the weakest 6th junior brother, Hong Fei, would be able to easily kill him, let alone this extremely powerful 7th disciple. On the other side, how is this possible? Han Yunjin was still in a daze when he heard Fan Qi's last message. Now that he saw Fan Qi being killed by Duan Lingtian, his expression changed and his eyes turned cold. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? Killing intent flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from Fan Qi, even Xiao Chongyi, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor were dumbfounded. They did not expect this outcome. In fact, they found it hard to believe. This was especially true for the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, who were both titled Celestial Emperors. They had come to stop Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, from interfering in the duel of death. The reason they came was because Duan Lingtian would definitely die. That was why they were worried Xu Lang would intervene, since Duan Lingtian was Xu Lang's disciple. However, the scene that had just transpired made them feel that their arrival was nothing more than a joke. Duan Lingtian would survive without Xu Lang's interference. Damn it! How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly. He finally realized that Duan Lingtian was not just slightly stronger than him. Instead, Duan Lingtian was stronger than him in every aspect. Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. After all, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy when he attacked Huang Lunan. Lei Jun scoffed before he turned around and left. He had wanted to see Duan Lingtian being defeated by Fan Qi. After Fan Qi's life or death battle, he was even more certain that Duan Lingtian would die. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to not only survive, but he even managed to kill Fan Qi. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even Lei Jun would not be able to defeat Fan Qi in such a short time if he fought Duan Lingtian head-on. But that Duan Lingtian obviously used some special technique in the end, and it seemed like he was able to restrain Fan Qi. His technique might have worked on Fan Qi, but it might not work on me. If I were to fight him, I'd definitely kill him within 3 breaths. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength, Lei Jun did not think much of Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was merely a mere celestial lord. Before fourth junior brother died, he said Duan Lingtian had some life or something. I wonder what that means. Han Yunjin thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He recalled the voice transmission that his fourth junior brother, Fan Qi, had sent him before he died. Han Yunjin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian walked toward Xu Lang and the others. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, "Your fourth junior brother isn't that strong. Didn't you say I'd definitely die if I were to fight him? Looks like your eyes are really not just blind." Duan Lingtian sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If there were no one around, he would have used all his strength and techniques to kill Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples instinctively turned to look at Han Yunjin. Senior brother Han Yunjin said those words to Duan Lingtian. It's normal. Senior brother Han Yunjin probably didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill Fan Qi. Even so, Han Yunjin has been slapped in the face this time. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said disdainfully, "Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you killed my fourth junior brother, you're not qualified to act arrogantly in front of me. Is that so?" Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he smirked. "In that case, why don't we have a life-or-death battle?" "Humph." Han Yunjin scoffed. "Sure, we can have a life-or-death battle, but I can't wait for too long." Even he was wary of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. If he gave Duan Lingtian a few hundred years, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an ant to him. "Let's have a life-or-death battle in the Heavenly Pool Despair 1 year from now. Do you dare to accept?" A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked. The Heavenly Pool Despairs were one of the training grounds in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only 2 people could enter each Heavenly Pool Despairs, and they would compete against each other. Naturally, they could also fight in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Those outside the Heavenly Pool Despair would not be able to see what was happening in the Heavenly Pool Despair. They would only be able to see the results through the screen formed by the formation. Apart from that, one could not rely on external forces in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Even celestial weapons could not be used, let alone celestial talismans and celestial pills. One could not even bring a defensive celestial weapon into the Heavenly Pool Despair. The Heavenly Pool Despair? Han Yunjin's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would choose such a place to have a life-or-death battle with him. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was not a reckless person. Earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian had used some mysterious technique to kill his fourth junior brother Fan Qi. Even he could not see through the technique. Moreover, he had asked the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smokewave Celestial Emperor about it through voice transmission. In his opinion, this was not the case. There was definitely something fishy about Duan Lingtian inviting him to such a secluded place for a battle. Chapter 3282. As one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was far more meticulous than ordinary prodigious disciples. When Duan Lingtian mentioned fighting to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, Han Yunjin thought there was something fishy going on. Naturally, there was also the possibility that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him so he would not dare to accept the challenge. However, to be safe, he did not agree to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. Duan Lingtian, if you want to fight to the death, why do you have to do it in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory? Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunjin when he heard Duan Lingtian's challenge. At this moment, Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said emotionlessly, Duan Lingtian, let's fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. It's fine if we fight in the Prodigy Arena. Moreover, the junior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be able to watch us fight in the Prodigy Arena. This is beneficial to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Han Yunjin's words were flawless. Not only did he not refuse Duan Lingtian's request to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, but he even said he wanted to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory for the sake of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. It seems like Han Yunjin has realized something. After all, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be strange if he's so easily fooled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, you don't have to wait for a year. I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, we'll fight to the death in the Prodigy Arena. What do you think? Han Yunjin said with a mocking smile on his face, of course, if you don't have the guts, you're free to refuse. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Han Yunjin's words. He was confident that he would be able to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, killing Han Yunjin would reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body. If they were in the Heavenly Lake Despairs, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if he revealed his 5 divine elements on the Prodigy Arena, there was no doubt the other titled Celestial Emperors would notice his 5 divine elements. Even Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, might not be able to resist the temptation of the 5 divine elements. Killing him openly in 3 years, with my strength, I can't do it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mood became slightly heavy. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking of an excuse to refuse, the voice of one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, rang out in his body. Little Tian, say yes. Duan Lingtian was stunned by the sudden voice of the world-cleansing divine water. However, he knew that the world-cleansing divine water would not harm him. All right. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian felt reassured. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, 3 years later, we'll have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena. I only hope you won't be afraid to show up at that time. Han Yunjin's eyes widened in shock. He had thought Duan Lingtian would not dare to accept the duel. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to the duel after a brief moment of hesitation. Instantly, his expression turned grave. What? You're the one who initiated the life-or-death duel, and now you're afraid to accept the duel? Duan Lingtian laughed mockingly. The other disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Han Yunjin with a mocking expression on their faces. How can Han Yunjin be so easily fooled by Duan Lingtian? He's the one who initiated the life-or-death duel. It'll be a joke if he doesn't dare to accept it. It seems like he's afraid of Duan Lingtian. How laughable. Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he overheard the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Senior brother Han, just accept the duel. At this moment, Xiao Chongyi, who was standing at the side, sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin. That brat might be bluffing. He's waiting for you to reject the duel. If you reject the duel, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace will plummet. Xiao Chongyi said. How could Han Yunjin not understand Xiao Chongyi's words? However, if he accepted the duel, what if he was not a match for Duan Lingtian and was killed by Duan Lingtian in 3 years' time? It was a gamble whether he accepted the duel or not. On one hand, it was his reputation. On the other hand, it was his life. At this moment, Han Yunjin was in a dilemma. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he was more inclined towards the fact that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess the strength to openly defeat him after 3 years. After taking a deep breath, Han Yunjin communicated with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's technique is only effective on plants and trees, right? Although the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor could not figure out how Duan Lingtian had drained the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree with the help of the Divine Tree of Life's energy, they were certain that they were qualified to be duped. However, as titled Celestial Emperors, They could vaguely tell that Duan Lingtian was using the divine tree of life to kill plants and trees. Moreover, as long as we don't get close to him, Duan Lingtian might not be able to use the technique. After learning this from the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin turned to look at Duan Lingtian. If you want to reject the duel, just reject it. There's no need to take so long to consider it, right? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face widened. Reject. Han Yunjin sneered. Why should I reject the duel? In 3 years' time, I, Han Yunjin, will have a life-or-death duel with you, Duan Lingtian, in the Prodigy Arena. Today, everyone here can bear witness to this. If you don't dare to show up, don't embarrass yourself in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Not only did Han Yunjin agree to a life-or-death duel with Duan Lingtian in 3 years' time in the Prodigy Arena, but he had also pushed himself and Duan Lingtian into the limelight. All right. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he turned around and walked toward Shu Lang and the others. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. However, when Duan Lingtian agreed to the duel, the expressions of Hu Mai and Hong Fei changed drastically. 3 years. 3 years is too short. Why did little junior brother agree to the duel? Both of them thought Duan Lingtian was only trying to embarrass Han Yunjin by challenging him to a 3-year life-or-death duel. If Han Yunjin did not agree to the duel, they could mock him. However, now that Han Yunjin had agreed to the duel, they thought Duan Lingtian had failed to scare Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength earlier, he was still far from being a match for Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin was the first disciple of Celestial Emperor Qing Xian. Apart from being a Celestial Emperor, he had also comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Fire to the Greater Mastery stage. His strength was only slightly inferior to their second senior brother. As one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was ranked in the top 5 among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although their little junior brother was strong, he was not even 300 years old. Moreover, he was a human through and through. In all 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of defeating Han Yunjin at this age. Teacher. After Duan Lingtian returned, he nodded and smiled at Shu Lang as a greeting. Are you confident? Shu Lang asked. If I'm not confident, I wouldn't have challenged him. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Although they did not know where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, Hu Mai and Hong Fei felt relieved when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they were not optimistic about their little junior brother's chances of defeating Fan Qi. However, their little junior brother had won. Huan let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan before leaving the Prodigy Arena with Shu Lang and the others. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin are going to have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena? This is going to be interesting. Since Duan Lingtian dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death duel, it means he's confident in his strength. That's not necessarily true. After all, Duan Lingtian is only a human. With his age, it's almost impossible for him to defeat senior brother Han Yunjin. After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace left the Prodigy Arena, news of Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin's life-or-death duel in 3 years spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. On this day, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. Big Sister Shui, are you confident that I'll be able to defeat and kill Han Yunjin in 3 years' time? After Duan Lingtian returned to his cultivation place, he sat down cross-legged and asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "What's the world-cleansing divine water? If you're not confident, I wouldn't have asked you to accept the duel." The world-cleansing divine water smiled. "I don't want you to throw your life away because of a moment of anger. Sister Shui, with my current strength, I can kill him with your help. However, I'll expose you if I do that. However, without your help, it'll be difficult for me to kill him in 3 years." Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. "I know." The world-cleansing divine water said, However, that was in the past. Now that the divine tree of life has absorbed the vitality of the pine willow divine tree, it can grant you the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. 3 years is enough for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree and form the godly image avatar. Moreover, at that time, they will only think that you obtained something else to be able to form the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. There are many ways to form the godly image avatar in this world. However, none of them can be replicated. Therefore, you won't have to worry about powerhouses targeting you at that time. End of chapter. Chapter 3283. Godly Image Avatar. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Sister Water, what's that? I can't explain it in a short time. You'll know once you've refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality and formed your godly image avatar, the world-cleansing divine tree replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. How do I refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality? Duan Lingtian asked again. If you were to refine it normally, even if you were to neglect food and sleep, it would still take you at least 10 years. Of course, there is a place that can help you completely refine it within a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's that? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was only 3 years away from his battle with Han Yunjin. For this reason, he could not refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality through normal means. The title temple. The world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Duan Lingtian's mind wandered back to the 6 southeastern regions at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian had heard about the title temple and learned that celestial lords and celestial emperors had to go to the title temple to obtain a title. For example, in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nan-do territory, there were a few people whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had gone to the title temple to obtain a title. A titled celestial lord is much more powerful than an ordinary celestial lord. To become a titled celestial lord, a celestial lord has to go to the title temple, one of the most sacred and mysterious forces in the Devata realms. Then, they'll have to join 9 other celestial lords who want to obtain a title. Among the 10 celestial lords who want to obtain a title, the title temple will bestow a title on the last surviving celestial lord. After that, the title temple will record the celestial lord's name in the celestial lord's record and announce it to the entire Devata realms. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial lord to stand out among the 10 celestial lords who want to be conferred a title. For this reason, the celestial lords who are conferred titles by the title temple are all outstanding celestial lords. Not only that, but they're also monstrous figures. He had heard these words when he was still at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. At that time, he learned that there was a force in the Devata realms that was more powerful than the heavenly emperor's force. Title Temple. The title temple is the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realms. It's a force that never participates in any disputes, but it's the most terrifying force in the Devata realms. In the history of the Devata realms, there were some forces that stood at the peak of the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the title temple. However, in the end, all of them were annihilated and disappeared from the history of the Devata realms. The title temple is located in all 81 Devata realms. Each Devata realm has a title temple branch. To become a titled celestial lord or a titled celestial emperor, one has to go to the title temple and pass the life and death test to obtain the title temple's approval. When Duan Lingtian was still in the 6 southeastern regions, he had learned that there were at least 10 celestial lords who wanted to challenge the title temple. In the past, there were more than 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the title temple. However, all of them died in the end. Apart from that, the title temple had been around since the Devata realms were founded. It was said that as the oldest force in the Devata realms, the title temple had many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors. Sister Water, I heard the title temple has something to do with a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He remembered that the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth had told him about the mysterious Title Temple. They had told him that there was a supreme expert in the Title Temple. Yes, it's related. The world-cleansing divine water said, not only that, but the Title Temple is also a transcendental force that was established by that powerhouse. As expected. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Sister Water, how will the Title Temple help me refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate my godly image phenomenon within a year? You'll have to participate in the life and death test to become a titled celestial lord. The world-cleansing divine water said, to become a titled celestial lord in the Title Temple, you'll have to compete with 9 other celestial lords in a secret realm. There are many tests in the secret realm that are extremely stressful and contain the will of a supreme powerhouse. In that secret realm, you'll be able to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality much faster. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she was familiar with the trials in the Title Temple. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the world-cleansing divine water's reaction. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the realms of gods for a long time. It was only natural that the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about the realms of gods and the Title Temples. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a titled celestial lord. However, the most important thing is to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate your godly image phenomenon within a year, the world-cleansing divine tree said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Huan woke up from her cultivation, Duan Lingtian called out to Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Teacher, I'd like to go to the Title Temple. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he looked at Shu Lang. You want to become a titled celestial lord? Shu Lang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was not going to the Title Temple to become a titled celestial lord, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter of the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. If he said he wanted to become a titled celestial lord, it would not arouse suspicion. In fact, with your strength, it'll be easy for you to become a titled celestial lord. After all, it's just a title. It's enough to scare people off in a small place, but it's nothing in a heaven-grade force. Based on Shu Lang's words, it was clear he did not support Duan Lingtian's decision to become a titled celestial lord in the Title Temple. Moreover, the test to become a titled celestial lord in the Title Temple takes 6 months to 2 years. It's a waste of time for you to become a titled celestial lord. It's better for you to cultivate and prepare for your battle with Han Yunjin in 3 years, Shu Lang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Teacher, I'm not afraid of Han Yunjin. I'm confident I'll be able to defeat him now, let alone 3 years later. Duan Lingtian knew it was time for him to brag about his strength to reassure Shu Lang. Otherwise, Shu Lang would think that he was just wasting his time by going to the Title Temple. Oh! As expected, Shu Lang was slightly surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. Teacher, please tell me where the Title Temple is. I want to see it for myself. Duan Lingtian said. Alright, since you want to see it, I'll take you there. When Shu Lang saw Duan Lingtian seemed to have made up his mind, he no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, he said he would bring Duan Lingtian to the Title Temple. I'll ask your senior brothers and sisters if they're interested in becoming a celestial lord. If they're interested, we can go together. As Shu Lang spoke, he sent out a series of voice transmissions. Naturally, none of the voice transmissions were sent to Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji. He only sent them to Hu Mai, Wen Wan Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei. After all, they were the only celestial lords among Shu Lang's 7 disciples. Just for fun. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched when he heard Shu Lang's words. How could Shu Lang say that the trial to become a celestial lord was just for fun when he was a titled celestial emperor? Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Shu Lang only dared to say this because his senior brothers and sisters were strong enough to become celestial lords. Your 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, didn't reply. I think he's cultivating in seclusion. It seems like you've given him quite a shock. Shu Lang shook his head and said with a smile. Your 5th senior brother said he's not going as well. Shu Lang said, however, your third senior sister and fourth senior sister said they'll go with us. As soon as Shu Lang finished speaking, two beautiful figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. One of them was a red-clad woman with a voluptuous figure, and the other was a gentle and beautiful woman. They were none other than Duan Lingtian's third senior sister, Hu Mai, and fourth senior sister, Wen Wan. Little junior brother, I heard from teacher that you want to go to the title temple to have some fun. Coincidentally, your fourth senior sister and I haven't gone to obtain a celestial lord's title yet. Let's join the fun, Hu Mai said with a faint smile as she winked at Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, sister Huan Wen Wan greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan at the same time. With third senior sister and fourth senior sister tagging along, the trip won't be boring. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Sister Huan with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to obtain a title. Why don't you try and obtain a title as well? Hu Mai suggested as she looked at Huan with a smile on her face. All right, Huan replied. Huan nodded indifferently. It seemed like she still held a grudge against Hu Mai. The title temple is quite a distance away from the heavenly pool palace. However, with me leading the way, we should be able to arrive in 2 days. As soon as Shu Lang finished speaking, a sword ray appeared beneath his feet and lifted Duan Lingtian and the others up. In just a blink of an eye, they left the place where Shu Lang was cultivating. Swoosh! The sword ray tore through the air and left the heavenly pool palace in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced to his left and right. He could see the scenery in his surroundings receding at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that he could not even see clearly. How fast? Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Although Shu Lang's speed was fast, Duan Lingtian and the others who were standing on top of the sword ray were able to maintain their balance. Moreover, Shu Lang's energy was able to keep the wind at bay. It did not affect Duan Lingtian and the others at all. Chapter 3284. There was a title temple in every Devata realm, and all of them were located in the central territory of the Devata realm. For example, the Boundless Heavens title temple was located in the Boundless territory just like the Heavenly Pool Palace. The only difference was that it was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The title temple was located in the western part of the Boundless territory. It was located in a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the lack of spirit energy here, very few people would come here. The title temple is right in front of us. Shu Lang's calm voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered the sword ray beneath his feet had slowed down. As soon as Shu Lang's words left his mouth, a palace that stood in the middle of a boundless desert appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. It was visually stunning. Duan Lingtian thought to himself that this was his first time seeing such a huge palace since he came to the mundane realm. Not only did it occupy a vast area, but it was also terrifyingly tall. Although he was still far away from the palace, he was still shocked by the sight of it. In fact, as soon as he saw the palace, he felt as though his heart and soul had resonated with it. It was as though he had just been baptized. The rumors are true. There's a terrifying spiritual energy in the title temple, Hu Mai exclaimed as she looked at the title temple. Hu Mai looked at the title temple from afar and exclaimed, just now, when I first saw it, I felt as if my heart and soul had been baptized. Me too. Wen Wan chimed in. Upon hearing Hu Mai and Wen Wan's words, Duan Lingtian knew he was not the only one who felt that way. Of course, Shu Lang said. At this moment, Shu Lang spoke up. There's no way to trace the history of the title temple. It has been around for too long. Most people know about it. It seems to have existed since the Devata realms existed. The title temple has been passed down for countless generations, and it has a supreme position in the Devata realms. Even the forces of heavenly emperors have to show it respect. Shu Lang said. Duan Lingtian already knew what Shu Lang said, so he wasn't surprised. Duan Lingtian looked around and saw a few figures flying in from all directions. It was obvious these people were also making their way to the title temple like them. Shu Lang. All of a sudden, a loud and energetic voice rang out. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a swift figure whizzing over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the figure was in the void not far from where they were. There was not only one person, there were two of them. One was a tall and sturdy old man in a loose blue robe, and the other was a thin young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. The one who had just spoken was the old man. Zheng Yui. Seeing the old man, Shu Lang raised his eyebrows and greeted him. He then looked at the young man beside the old man and asked, "Is this the disciple you took in 100 years ago?" "Not bad." The old man nodded with a bright smile on his face. "This time, I brought this useless disciple of mine to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. Although he's not even 400 years old, he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord." The old man's face was filled with pride when he spoke. "Shu Lang, as far as I know, your youngest disciple is more than 600 years old, but he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord, right?" The old man took a deep look at Shu Lang and asked with a deep meaning behind his words. "Are you talking about my sixth disciple, Hong Fei?" "Yes, he's more than 600 years old, and he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord." Shu Lang nodded. "He didn't come?" The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before looking away. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Hong Fei. "Yes, he didn't come." Shu Lang nodded. "Then, which disciple are you accompanying to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord?" The old man asked again. "My third disciple, my fourth disciple, my seventh disciple, and my seventh disciple's cultivation partner," Shu Lang replied. When Shu Lang introduced Huan as Duan Lingtian's Dao companion, Huan calm face flushed with a rare blush. However, due to her veil, nobody noticed it. "Your seventh disciple?" The old man frowned slightly. "You have another disciple?" The old man asked as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan before he asked, "Which one of them is your seventh disciple?" "Him." Shu Lang glanced at Duan Lingtian before he smiled and introduced his seventh disciple to Duan Lingtian. "Old seventh, this is Zheng Yi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. He's an old friend of mine." A hint of mockery could be seen on Shu Lang's face when he said the words old friend. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Zheng Yi, this is my youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian." Then, Shu Lang introduced Duan Lingtian to the old man. "How old is your youngest disciple?" the old man asked. He knew that Shu Lang's disciples were ranked according to the time they entered the sect. Therefore, in his opinion, even if the purple-clothed youth in front of him was just a small disciple of Shu Lang's, he should be very old. At the very least, Shu Lang's youngest disciple was older than him. "He's more than 200 years old." Shu Lang smiled. "More than 200 years old?" The old man was taken aback by Shu Lang's words. Even the young man standing next to the old man, Shu Lang's disciple, turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. "Shu Lang, I didn't expect you to exaggerate after not seeing you for more than 100 years. The old man shook his head and chuckled. "Exaggerate?" Shu Lang glanced at the old man indifferently. You don't believe my youngest disciple is only 200 years old?" "He's only 200 years old, but he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord. Even in the boundless heaven, there are only a handful of people like him, right? How could such a genius take a liking to you and become your disciple?" A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. "Senior Uncle Zheng." This time, before Shu Lang could say anything, Humai spoke first with a bright smile on her face. "Why don't you just ask your friends in the Heavenly Pool Palace if my little junior brother is only 200 years old?" "Oh, right. Remember, his name is Duan Lingtian." It was obvious Humai knew the old man as well. "Humai, you must know that your teacher is my only friend in the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why you said that, right?" Zhang Yui glanced at Humai and said with a low snort, "Brat, do you dare to place your hand on this formation compass?" Zheng Yuyi said as he tossed a formation compass to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the formation disk, and he saw that there was a total of 10 regions on the formation disk that revolved 360 degrees to form a large circle. Little junior brother, this is a formation compass used to test one's age. As long as you place your hand on it, it'll show your age. There are 10 regions, and each region represents 200 years old. Hu Mai's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Naturally, it's only a rough estimate. There's no way to determine the specifics. As soon as Hu Mai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the formation compass. As soon as Duan Lingtian's hand touched the formation compass, a surge of energy surged out of the formation compass and enveloped his hand. Achem! At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered a chilling aura surging out of the formation compass and into every inch of his body. When this cold aura passed through his body and returned to the array disk, 2 areas on the array disk lit up. The third section lit up faintly as well. This meant Duan Lingtian was more than 200 years old. He's really not even 300 years old? Upon seeing this, Zheng Yuyi frowned slightly as he put the formation compass away. He did not expect Shu Lang's youngest disciple to be less than 300 years old. Shu Lang, did you say your youngest disciple is here to participate in the test for titled Celestial Lords as well? Is he capable of passing the test at such a young age? Zheng Yuyi asked skeptically. How can my disciple fail to pass the test for titled Celestial Lords? Shu Lang smiled faintly. As soon as Shu Lang finished speaking, the young man standing next to Zheng Yuyi suddenly stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian with piercing eyes as he said in a deep voice, I, Nan Liu Feng, challenge you. Zheng Yuyi was taken aback when he saw this. Obviously, it was not his idea for his disciple to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he had no intention of stopping Nan Liu Feng. Instead, he looked at Shu Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, Shu Lang, aren't you very confident in your youngest disciple? I'm sure you don't mind my incompetent disciple challenging him now, right? Zheng Yuyi, I advise you to persuade your disciple. Shu Lang frowned slightly. Although he did not know how strong Zheng Yuyi's disciple was, he was certain Zheng Yuyi was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Senior Uncle Zheng, I don't think it's necessary. At this moment, Hu Mai shook her head and said to Zheng Yuyi. What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Zheng Yuyi smiled brightly. If you don't dare to challenge him, just say so. It's not like we have to force you to do something you don't want to do. It's not that it's not difficult, but I'm afraid it'll be embarrassing for you. Hu Mai shook her head when she saw Zheng Yuyi was being stubborn. Embarrassing? Upon hearing Hu Mai's words, Zheng Yuyi's expression changed drastically. Zheng Yuyi's disciple, Nan Liu Feng, had a grave expression on his face. Brat, make your move. Nan Liu Feng took a step forward. His robes fluttered in the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into lightning bolts that surrounded him. At the same time, his hair began to dance wildly. At this moment, the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was extremely cold. Chapter 3285. Little junior brother, please show some mercy. Hu Mai glanced at Duan Lingtian and said helplessly, Senior Uncle Zheng and teacher might be at odds when they meet, but they've been friends for many years. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Nan Liu Feng was even more enraged when he heard Hu Mai's words to Duan Lingtian. Lightning surged out of his body and surrounded him as though he had transformed into a god of lightning. Come here, brat. Nan Liu Feng leaped into the air as the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The purple lightning around him looked like purple pythons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. Then, he teleported and vanished from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was not far away from Nan Liu Feng. Teleportation? Zheng Yuyi narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Shu Lang in surprise. Shu Lang, I didn't expect you to accept a disciple who has comprehended the law of space. However, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it. Your disciple is not even 300 years old. I'm afraid he hasn't comprehended two profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, right? Zheng Yui voiced his guess. Two profundities? Xu Lang was taken aback when he heard Zheng Yuyi's words. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "We'll see." Meanwhile, Nan Liufeng stared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Brat, I'd like to see how strong you are when you're not even 300 years old. If you can't even defeat me, don't embarrass yourself by entering the title temple. You might even lose your life." Nan Liufeng said. "Make your move." Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Nan Liufeng. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's calm expression made Nan Liufeng feel as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. This made Nan Liufeng even more furious. Humph. After letting out a cold snort, Nan Liufeng made his move. Lightning shot out from all over his body like serpents of lightning that flew in all directions in a menacing manner. Even though Nan Liufeng did not think that the purple-robed young man before him was a match for him, he still went all out in his attack. Other than the fact that he did not use his immortal artifact, he did not hold back at all. He was prepared to gain the initiative by striking first in terms of momentum and suppressing his opponent. "That's all you got?" When Nan Liufeng charged towards him, Duan Lingtian was certain that Nan Liufeng was not even as strong as Liu Jian whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! With a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above South Willow Peak. With a thought, a huge spatial prison enveloped South Willow Peak. "Humph! Do you think you can trap me?" Nan Liufeng let out a cold laugh when he noticed this. Then, he changed the direction of his thunderous energy and continued to bombard Duan Lingtian. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he discovered that when his attack landed on the spatial prison trembled slightly as though it would shatter at any moment. However, even after a period of time had passed, the spatial prison did not show any signs of collapsing. It was as though the spatial prison was merely an illusion. "Let's end this," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then, he unleashed all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial cracks and charged at Nan Liufeng. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of spatial energy collided with Nan Liufeng's attack and crushed it in all directions. Explode! As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the magnetic storm profundities from the law of space exploded and shattered Nan Liufeng's attack. Boom! The terrifying power of the 9-dimensional slash streaked across Nan Liufeng's body, leaving behind 9 wounds that were neither too deep nor too shallow. Then, it landed on his body and sent him flying. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Nan Liufeng was sent flying. His figure staggered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with terror. He never would have thought that this young man, who was even younger than him, would actually possess such terrifying strength. Based on the profundities from the law of space, Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the mastery stage. Apart from the teleportation profundity, Duan Lingtian seemed to have comprehended all 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. As for Nan Liufeng's teacher, Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, he was dumbfounded. How did Xu Lang's new disciple, who was not even 300 years old, comprehend 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage? Moreover, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage as well. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to use it yet. Zheng Yuyi felt a burning sensation on his face when he recalled what he had said to Xu Lang earlier. It was as though he had been slapped a few times. A slap in the face. It was too humiliating. Zheng Yuyi's eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Xu Lang. He glared at Xu Lang and cursed, "Xu Lang, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" "On purpose?" Xu Lang was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and smiled. "Why would you say that? My 3rd disciple and I didn't advise your disciple to spar with my 7th disciple, right? On the contrary, You and your third disciple didn't seem to believe in my seventh disciple's strength and insisted on sparring with him. Xu Lang shook his head when he finished speaking. Zheng Yuyi was taken aback when he heard Xu Lang's words. Then, he recalled what had happened earlier. It seemed like Xu Lang was right. Xu Lang and his third disciple had advised him and his disciple not to spar. However, they had thought Xu Lang and his third disciple were deliberately mystifying things, so they had ignored them. Now that the results were out, they realized Xu Lang and his third disciple were not deliberately mystifying things. The young man, Duan Lingtian, who was not even 300 years old, was indeed strong enough to crush his disciple. Liu Feng, aren't you going to thank your senior brother Duan for sparing your disciple's life? Zhang Yuyi took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He glared at Nan Liu Feng and said coldly. In the past, he found this disciple pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He couldn't even bear to speak loudly to him. However, now that he saw a young man who was even younger than his disciple easily defeat his disciple, he instantly felt that his disciple was useless and didn't give him any face. Naturally, he knew Nan Liu Feng, who was Xu Lang's seventh disciple, would be considered a monstrous prodigy even in the Devata realms. Thank you for sparing my disciple's life, senior brother Duan. Although Nan Liu Feng was arrogant, he was still very respectful to those who were stronger than him. Most importantly, this person who was stronger than him was younger than him, which made him respect him even more. Xu Lang is really lucky, Zhang Yuyi thought to himself. As Zhang Yuyi thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Xu Lang with jealousy. He asked, Xu Lang, where did you get this seventh disciple from? Are you talking about Duan Lingtian? He came to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. I took a liking to him even before he joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Xu Lang replied. Zhang Yuyi almost threw up blood when he heard Xu Lang's words. If Xu Lang had said he had put in a lot of effort to recruit Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yuyi might have felt better. However, Xu Lang's words made it seem as though Duan Lingtian had delivered himself to his doorstep. Why was he not as lucky as Duan Lingtian? Come, let's enter the title temple. Xu Lang beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before he led Duan Lingtian and the others into the title temple. Upon seeing this, Zheng Yuyi and his disciple, Nan Liu Feng, followed suit. Teacher, are there celestial emperors obtaining titles in the title temple all the time? Duan Lingtian asked Xu Lang. Yes. Xu Lang nodded. Indeed, there are celestial lords working hard to obtain titles in the title temple. However, celestial emperors have to wait for a while before they can obtain a title. This is because there aren't many celestial emperors who want to obtain a title. As for celestial lords, there are many of them. The trials in the title temple aren't limited to just one Devata realm. For example, you'll have to face people from the boundless heaven and other Devata realms. Upon hearing Xu Lang's words, Duan Lingtian understood his competitors would be from the other Devata realms. Xu Lang continued to say, generally speaking, those who dare to obtain a title are mostly 10 directions celestial lords, 9 palaces celestial lords, or 8 trigrams celestial lords. However, they're not confident in their strength. Similarly, the laws they've comprehended are mediocre as well. Even if he's only a 1 basic celestial lord, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of celestial lord. Xu Lang paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, don't think that your opponents in the Heavenly Pool Palace have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage even though they're young. That's because he's a genius disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. He's already considered one of the top geniuses in the boundless heaven. There are many 10 directions celestial lords out there who haven't even comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage of the law he's proficient in. Of course, there are also those who have comprehended 1 or 2 profound meanings to the greater mastery stage. Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought after hearing Xu Lang's words. According to Xu Lang, a titled celestial lord could be a 1 basic celestial lord or a 10 directions celestial lord. 1 basic celestial lords among the titled celestial lords had comprehended extremely powerful laws. Therefore, they were not necessarily weaker than some 10 directions celestial lords among the titled celestial lords. Chapter 3286. Under Xu Lang's lead, they made their way to the title temple. Du and Lingtian could clearly feel the oppressive aura growing stronger the closer they got to the title temple. Those below the celestial lord realm who have comprehended no profundities won't be able to withstand the oppressive aura and enter the title temple. Du and Lingtian thought to himself. This oppressive aura not only pressed down on his body, it also pressed down on his soul. Xu Lang couldn't help him resist it. At this moment, apart from Du and Lingtian, Huan Hu Mai, and Wen Wn's expressions were solemn as well. The test to become a titled celestial lord isn't divided into groups of 10. Instead, a group of people will enter the same place, and only 1 out of 10 will survive. Before they entered the title temple, Xu Lang began to explain to Du and Lingtian the details of the test to become a titled celestial lord. In other words, all of you will appear in the same place. Naturally, it's almost impossible for all of you to encounter each other. After all, there are celestial lords from various Devata realms in the title temple. All you have to do is kill 9 people and leave the title temple. Xu Lang continued to explain. Apart from that, the title temple is also a good place to cultivate. If you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, you can consider breaking through there. Xu Lang continued to explain. After listening to Xu Lang's explanation, Du and Lingtian and the others arrived at one of the doors in the title temple. There were 2 doors in the title temple. They were so deep that one could not see the end of them. In front of the 2 doors, there was a spacious stone platform. At this moment, there was not a single person in front of one of the doors. However, there were many people in front of the other door. Some of them entered the title temple while others stopped at the entrance. That's the door that celestial emperors enter when they're trying to obtain a title. Xu Lang looked at the empty door and said to Du and Lingtian, "Back then, I entered through this door and participated in the test to become a titled celestial emperor. After that, I became a titled celestial emperor and was listed in the record of titled celestial emperors." The title temple had a record of titled celestial emperors and a record of titled celestial lords. The former recorded all titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, while the latter recorded all titled celestial lords in the Devata realms. Although the record of titled celestial emperors contained many names, it was limited. Therefore, some of the names were recorded in their memory celestial talismans. However, there were too many names recorded in the records of titled celestial emperors. It was impossible for anyone to record their names anywhere. Therefore, the only way to look at the records of titled celestial emperors was to visit the title temple. As for this side, it is the door that immortal emperors enter when they pursue titles. Later, you will enter from here. Titled celestial lords who don't wish to enter aren't allowed to enter. If they enter recklessly, they'll definitely die. I don't know about the title temples in the other Devata realms, but in the Boundless Heavens title temple, there were a few titled celestial emperors who refused to believe in heresy who entered the title temple. However, all of them died in the title temple, Xu Lang said solemnly. Xu Lang's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Hence, I can only send all of you up to this point. All of you will have to enter and participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. As soon as Xu Lang finished speaking, Du and Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the title temple. At the same time, Zheng Yuyi, who had just arrived, gave Nan Liu Feng some instructions. In the end, Nan Liu Feng took the lead and entered the title temple. "Go on," Xu Lang said to Du and Lingtian and the others. "Little junior brother, sister Huan let's go." Hu Mai held Wen Wn's hand as she beckoned to Du and Lingtian and Huan. Then, she followed behind Nan Liu Feng and disappeared into the darkness. "Huan let's go in as well." Du and Lingtian and Huan walked side by side as they entered the title temple. After entering the title temple, Du and Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy shrouding him and Huan. Then, the energy carried them into the depths of the title temple at an extremely fast speed. The gentle energy obscured Du and Lingtian and Huan's vision. When they regained their vision, they discovered they were standing on a flight of steps. At this moment, there were many people standing on the steps. "Little junior brother, over here." At this moment, Hu Mai's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, he discovered Hu Mai was standing on a flight of steps about 10 meters away. Third senior sister. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way over to Huan Big brother Ling Tian. However, Huan suddenly stopped him. Achem. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan in confusion. Big brother Ling Tian, this is an illusion, Huan said. As soon as she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes, and a wave of mental energy swept out in all directions. In an instant, the scene around her changed dramatically. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a great hall. At this moment, the people in the great hall were confused. Even if there were people around them, they did not seem to notice them. They haven't recovered from the illusion yet, Huan said. That's a very good idea. I can't believe I didn't see through it. Duan Lingtian sighed. He could not help but ask, Huan did the illusion have any offensive power? No. Huan shook her head. It's just an illusion to confuse people. It's like a smoke screen. It's only temporary. Third senior sister. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw Hu Mai standing next to Wen Wan. She was looking at Wen Wan with a frown on her face. It was as though she did not know where to start. Duan Lingtian saw his fourth senior sister, Wen Wan, who was usually as gentle as jade, had a twisted expression on her face. It was as though she had encountered something that had caused her emotions to fluctuate. Little junior brother, you're out of the illusion? Hu Mai was surprised to see Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, she looked at Wen Wan and said with a bitter smile, fourth junior sister seems to be trapped. Third senior sister, aren't you together? You should be trapped together, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. We were together at first. However, when we saw you and Huan standing apart and saw someone trying to harm you, we split up to help you. Hu Mai smiled bitterly. I know a little about illusory techniques, but fourth junior sister seems to have encountered something that caused her to be trapped. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan and asked, Huan, do you have a solution? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan narrowed her eyes and shot 2 rays of white light into Wen Wan's body. As soon as the white light entered Wen Wan's body, Wen Wan's complexion returned to normal. At the same time, she saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother? Sister Huan? Third senior sister? Was that an illusion? Wen Wan finally regained her senses. I've never heard of anyone encountering an illusion after entering the title temple. Hu Mai shook her head. You pass. Just as Hu Mai's voice sounded, a cold snort was timely emitted, causing those who were still in the illusion to wake up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, black mist began to gather in the sky above the main hall before it finally transformed into a black-clad woman with a graceful figure. The black-clad woman said coldly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly, there are so many of you who came to participate in the test, but even the small illusion will take a long time to break out. Some of you won't even be able to break out of the illusion. Are you sure you're here to participate in the test? Humph. I only hope you won't embarrass the title temple's boundless branch. As soon as the black-clad woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people in the main hall felt their vision go dark without any warning before they could even react. Now, I'll send you to the trial ground. Once you kill 9 people in the trial ground, you'll be sent back and be conferred the title of Celestial Lord. At this moment, the black-clad woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He discovered he was in a valley with beautiful scenery. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. So this is the trial ground for titled Celestial Lords. Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. He did not see any signs of life, let alone Huan and the others. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian knew he had entered the place the world-cleansing divine water had sent him to. Therefore, he quickly contacted the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What should I do now? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water replied, I didn't expect this to be the rule of the trial for titled Celestial Lords. In the past, I heard that only 1 out of 10 titled celestial lords would survive the trial. I thought it would be a competition between 10 people. I didn't expect all of you would be thrown into the same secret realm. You'll only be sent out after you've killed 9 people. Duan Lingtian continued to say, in this secret realm, which is also the training ground for titled celestial lords, there must be some tests left behind by supreme powerhouses. You'll have to find some special tests and pass the tests to absorb the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. That way, you'll be able to form the godly image phenomenon. You'll have to look around the secret realm, the world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he began to scan the valley with his divine consciousness. When he did not find anything special, he rose into the air and left the valley. I wonder where Huan and the others are now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Celestial lords from 81 Devata realms are gathered here. If you want to get out, there is only one way, and that is, to kill 9 celestial emperors. Chapter 3287. Even the world-cleansing divine water was not familiar with the trial grounds of titled celestial lords. All she knew was that it was a secret realm created by a supreme powerhouse, and there were many tests set by the supreme powerhouses. It was a fortuitous encounter for one to encounter any test here. Perhaps, one would not be able to obtain any tangible rewards, but it could raise one's cultivation base or improve one's comprehension of profundities. After leaving the valley, Duan Lingtian began to wander around as he used his divine consciousness to search for the test mentioned by the world-cleansing divine water. Time continued to pass. A day passed. 2 days passed. On the 7th day, Duan Lingtian finally saw someone. When that person saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately flew toward Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that he had to kill 9 celestial lords in order to obtain a title and become a titled celestial lord in the trial of titled celestial lords. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was extremely vigilant when he saw the other party charging towards him. Soon enough, the person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The person was a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe with golden edges. He was thin and had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to attack you. After the young man arrived near Duan Lingtian, he stopped when he was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian. I'm here because I want to invite you to enter a trial that I found in the trial grounds with me. This test can only be carried out if there are 5 people. The young man said. A test. Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted subtly. Was this not what he was looking for in the trial grounds? In fact, if he could not find a test, he could not be bothered to kill anyone even if they came knocking on his door. To him, obtaining a title was not important. What was important was to find some kind of test in this trial ground. Through the pressure given by the ultimate masters, he could refine the life force of the pine willow divine tree and condense the godly image doppelganger of the pine willow divine tree. At that time, his strength would reach a whole new level. 3 years from now, he would be able to use it to fight Han Yun Jin in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heaven's Chosen Arena. Why should I believe you? Although Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He faintly asked, who knows if you will sneak attack me if I travel with you? Friend, it's normal for you to be vigilant. How about this, since we're going to look for the other 3 people, let's keep a distance and not get close to each other. What do you think? The young man didn't mind Duan Lingtian's vigilance and cautiousness, and he took the initiative to speak in this way to display his greatest sincerity. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked with the young man. Of course, there was a distance between them, and Duan Lingtian was also paying attention to the young man's movements. However, he was very confident in his own strength. However, Duan Lingtian did not want to expose the 5 divine elements since he did not know if anyone would be spying on him in the training ground of titled celestial lords. If someone from the title temple were to spy on him while he was in the trial grounds, it was highly likely that the title temple would try to snatch the 5 divine elements from him. After all, the The 5 divine elements were extremely tempting even to titled celestial emperors. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the young man's strength, he was certain the young man was not weak. Friend, how should I address you? After traveling for 2 days, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "We've known each other for 2 days, but I don't know your name." "My name is Meng Hao Xian, and I'm a prodigious disciple from Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." The young man introduced himself. Solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian would not be surprised if the young man had said he was from another Devata realm or heaven-grade force. However, the young man had said he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. If Duan Lingtian was not mistaken, Huan Er's biological father was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had been sent to the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not think highly of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although he understood the Heavenly Sword Mountain was wary of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, it was still the same. "I'm Duan Lingtian from the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "Heavenly Pool Palace?" Meng Hao Xian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's introduction. He instinctively asked, "Are you from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven?" "The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Do you think the Heavenly Pool Palace I'm from is the Heavenly Pool Palace you're talking about?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian meaningfully. Meng Hao Xian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "It seems like you're really from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven." "That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, that person is my first senior brother." Meng Hao Xian sighed. His expression was cold as he said hatefully, "I don't understand what those old fogies are thinking. All they did was break the engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why would they send my first senior brother to the Heavenly Pool Palace and be humiliated by them?" "You're speaking up for your first senior brother? He was the one who broke the engagement, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian indifferently. "It's the truth. I can't refute it. There's nothing I can do about the Heavenly Pool Palace. If there's anyone to blame, it's the old fogies from the Heavenly Sword Mountain for being cowards." Meng Hao Xian shook his head and said, "Although the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would come looking for trouble over such a trivial matter? Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven came looking for trouble, would the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven just stand by and do nothing?" Meng Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he said, "The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven might not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the previous Heavenly Emperor. After he returned to the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him and reclaimed the position of Heavenly Emperor." Duan Lingtian might not know much about the Heavenly Emperors of the other Devata realms, but he was very familiar with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a senior from the 7 Absolute Sects Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had obtained the Ancestor's legacy and used the Sovereign Heart Sword to dominate the world. It was not until he ascended to the Devata realms that the strength of the Sovereign Heart Sword could no longer keep up with his strength that he decided to keep the Sovereign Heart Sword a secret. After all, he did not obtain the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. "That's right." Meng Hao Xian nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration when he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is still Lord Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this name again. "What's the title of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "I don't know what Lord Heavenly Emperor's title is. I've never heard anyone mention it before. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't." Meng Hao Xian shook his head. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor usually refers to himself as Recluse Yang Yu. Recluse Yang Yu? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It seemed like even after Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had become the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he still remembered the fog rain progeny of the 7 absolutes in the Saint Province realm. Otherwise, why would he refer to himself as Recluse Yang Yu? It was obvious the fog rain progeny was derived from the fog rain progeny of the 7 absolute sect. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, it's all thanks to his legacy that I was able to advance so smoothly in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian had always been a grateful person. For this reason, he hoped he could personally pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang to thank him. At the same time, he also wanted to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't expect the legacy he left in the mundane realm would bring him so much trouble. Fortunately, he came out of the Azura hell. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had caused Senior Feng Qingyang to die in the Azura hell, he could not help but feel guilty. Friend, it seems like you're interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you a sword celestial as well? Meng Haoxian asked with a smile. In the solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was the idol of 90% of the sword celestials. After all, he was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, there was no sword celestial in the 81 Devata realms who was comparable to their Heavenly Emperor. It was a form of blind worship. When they learned the Heavenly Emperor was trapped in the Azura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, although some people thought he was dead, most people were certain he would return. Just like most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had returned and killed the Heavenly Emperor who had replaced him, reclaiming his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He used to be the Heavenly Emperor, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he had first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had relied on the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang had left behind. However, as his cultivation base increased, he gradually fell behind the sovereign heart sword. Friend, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is a legend in the solitary destructive heaven. When Meng Haoxian mentioned Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he excitedly told Duan Lingtian about Feng Qingyang's achievements in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was also interested in Meng Haoxian's story, so he listened patiently. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.